This happens.
In Spain, anything can happen.
Mañana,
It's part of the charm, come on. Morning. Morning.
Well, so good morning. That's strange. Oh, and you studied that vertebrates flying in the air, right? Yeah, that's perfect. That's full of my ornithology, and that's the end of that. So thank you. Well, if I start with the talk, oh sorry, I disappoint. No, like this. It doesn't work today. No, it works. No, it's crazy. I don't know. So if I would start with this, let's talk about the science. I would say that this is the most boring start of such talk I can make. I suppose you have to be a little bit over talk with the science because you are here in the conference talking about the science. When you come back to home and to your work, you will still talk about the science. Some of you did that mistake that you married or engaged a scientist and then you have to talk about the science at home. So, no, I'm just kidding, it's fun. But talking about the science is not something which could be interesting for you. It was interesting for me when I was a kid of this age because nobody talked about the science. And if somebody told, we can talk about the science, I was super interested because I was growing in the 90s and there was nothing like a science TV shows. There was not YouTube, there was no Facebook, there was no ability to see the science from the point of view of the small kid. Today the kids and the public is full of the science and it's much worse and much harder to get their attention. So instead of let's talk about the science, I would start with a little bit different quota. Because if I say that I almost lost my penis in Ecuador, literally almost lost my penis in Ecuador, it might be a little bit more interesting for you. At least for the man, because you know losing the penis means that you are dead, because you cannot live without that. It's a more important organ than the brain or the heart or the legs. If I would ask you, just make it a little bit more interactive, if we are not so big group here. I'm asking the men, I'm ladies, sorry, but asking for the men, if you can choose losing your penis or losing your legs, what's your option? So who would rather lose his legs? Yeah. Is there anyone of the yeah. So yeah, that's what I suppose it will happen. So I should tell you the story how I lost my penis. Almost, it survived. I'm still here. But instead of that, I will tell it later a little bit. Yesterday, I found that I have 3 sections here. So we wanted to just split it. And with Vojta, we were talking that should be the talks, and then some discussion, and then something like a workshop. But I don't suppose anyone after 2 sessions with me would like to join my workshop. But if yes, you're welcome. However, I would like to these first 2 parts merge somehow and a little bit discuss with you even during the talk, which is more interesting for me. And just as for the introduction, I should tell you something about the environment. I'm coming to you with Vojta and Pavel, with both of them. We are coming from the Faculty of Science of Charles University, and this is very strange university with very strange people. Well, you see personally, but for me, as the kid who was not possible to talk about the science in the 90s, this was a miracle because there were literally the same disarmed people talking about the science. And I wanted to join them, and I'm joining them, and let's say, experiencing the best people talking about the science of the faculty, and we are all of us met in the same way. It's a February, it's a time of St. Valentine's. 1 week ago, I was celebrating Valentine in Antarctica with my schoolmate. I will talk about this a little bit. However, when I told my friends at the Faculty of Science that I would like to celebrate St. Valentine's Day, they asked me, what's that? Because the scientists usually don't care about such stuff, me neither. So I told them that, and I told them that I would like to make it with the chemistry, because it was a time I had a lot of friends in the chemistry, and we can make some red fire as a symbol of the love. And I will show you a very short video as the introduction of my institution. It's in Czech, but it doesn't matter because there is one Czech sentence which means it's St. Valentine's and I love you. That's all. But I think I can base some part of the talk on the videos like this. And if you can make the sound a little bit up. Yeah. So this means te quiero chemistry, I love you, chemistry. This was the pure beginning of my career of the science communication. It was completely illegal stuff, but we didn't know that time that flying the drone 200 meters above the Prague, exactly in the corridor when the Boeings are coming to the Prague airport is illegal, but that time nobody cared about drones because this was the second drone in the Czech Republic. So we did it somehow. This video was super important for us as the beginning of the science communication of the Faculty of Science, because we did something strange and we found how it works a little bit, because we published this video on YouTube on St. Valentine's Day, and in 2 hours we got the email, the official email from YouTube that we are stealing the content from someone and our YouTube has partly blocked and our content is removed. What the hell? It was my own video. We paid for the music, so what's wrong? And we found that the Czech broadcast, one commercial channel, just saw it. They got it. They downloaded it from YouTube and published on their broadcast. So it was broadcasted in the Czech TV, and then YouTube thought it's a copyright. And for us, it was a half year to take the copyrights back. However, the video had, so many views on the TV that was okay, and it was the first sign that we are not making the bad things, because nobody did something such crazy as this before us. But for me, I should make some introduction. For me, that's my world. I have the big opportunity in my life to be a part of the scientist, partly, and partly the photographer, the professional photographer, which I enjoy because I love the photography. That's my life. I completely prefer to take the pictures of dead stuff. Yeah, I hate taking the pictures of people because they are usually moving and they are alive, and they have the opinion, and I don't care about the people, their opinion, and when I'm taking the pictures. So this is the optimal stuff for me. That's from the National Museum. Even much better for me is this. However, before the fossils, let's make some quiz for you. Do you think you can just try to figure out which skeletons are there? Can you, not the species, just genus, or not order, it's vertebrates, but which one?
The horse?
The horse, no. Wolf also, no, but wolf is super close, because this is a dog, so it's very close to wolf. But this is a very large dog, and this is a very small lion. Not really small, but it's of this size, so it's almost the normal lion. Not really dolphins, delfinovec. It's not river dolphin is the English name. So river dolphins, and this is the seal. Fossils are even better for me, and being a photographer means that if you go to the National Museum, if you go to the inner institution, they can just give you the keys and you can enjoy, and you have it for you. For me, it's like to be a kid in the cookery in a baker shop. Just I see what I want and I can play with that stuff. So that's the biggest let's say, advantage of me. By the way, this is one of the last pictures I want to say from this rank, but this is quite important picture for me because we live in the era where people are saying that it's a bureaucracy, it's nothing makes sense in the laws of the European Union and so on and so on. This is more than 100 years old specimen which were used for the education in our country. And that time there was a law that, and the law I think applies until today, that children during the education cannot touch the real skeletons, so they have to be in something. And it's a bullshit because it's a skeleton, it cannot harm you until you put it in your eye. However, this was done by Professor Fritsch. He was super popular professor collecting the samples all over the world, and he was traveling in the 19th century. And he came with these huge salamanders from Japan. And once the skeleton has to be in some tube with alcohol, he decided to make it advantage. So he just left these, it's not pulmo, it's not limp, it's a plicní activa. Yeah, but it's not a real one. It's something like this. It's something between, but yeah, this organ he left so the kids could see it. And this is the National Museum, and this is my faculty. So to make it clear, if I'm talking about let's say visual concepts, for me the visual is the key part of talking to the public because public needs to be visual these days. You can write a good paper with some good picture, it works. It works very well, but if you have the more pictures or even video, this is the key for us. And I will start with this, but I will not talk only about the videos. But however, to make you somehow in the vibe of the talk, I would like to play you that very short video I did 1 week ago, 2 weeks ago. It's 5 minutes, so it's the second longest video of my talk, sorry. But I hope you will enjoy this 5 minutes because it's very important to say that video of such look it's possible to make with very, very cheap stuff. Most of that video was done with the drone of price about 1,000 euros. By the way, batteries were bought by the department of faculty. The part of the camera, I can show my camera I'm using. Well, exactly. Yeah, I lost my camera. It's here. So we live in the era where you can buy for 300 euros camera like this. And that's it. And it's a super professional 4K stabilized video. So I want to show you something from that. And after this short video, I will literally start with the talk. But I think this is quite important to show that what's possible to make. And I will talk about Antarctica journey later on because that was the, let's say, key project of this year for me. I left my home 1st January this year for Antarctica. I promised my wife to be back at the end of the January. And I missed the Valentine, so she was not so in love with me that, but doesn't matter. So that's Antarctica in 5 minutes with very cheap gear, which won 10 hours ago one grand prize in America. This video, so hopefully you like it. crucial videos we are going to use, and in the popularization and science communication about the Antarctic research we work on the faculty for more than 2 decades maybe. However, I will talk about this much later, and just go back to my world. And you don't have to go to Antarctica, and you don't have to fly the drone about the whales and be so lucky. This lives in Czech Republic as well, and this lives, I'm almost sure, here in Spain as well. It's an invasive species of jellyfish from China. But it depends on your view, and if you want to communicate what we do, the biologist, I suppose you are the biologist, we have the big opportunity to use these visuals, because if you are mathematicians or physics, it's much harder to find a way to tell the people, while the biologist, it's pretty easy in my school, because we have the visual. By the way, this is something unbelievable I experienced last year with my former supervisor. We were in the field in the storm at the midnight, and we found this cyanobacteria, and in that cyanobacteria there was the cladoceran, that small invertebrate living in the fresh waters. And I did just a small video because my colleagues wanted to make me that video, because the cyanobacteria visualize the movement of that Leptodora. Leptodora is that organism. And I did just a short video with camera, with the headlamp in the midnight in the storm like this. I put that music, make it fun. And originally this video was based for a conference about the cladocerans. That's it. I used that sound, submarine sound. Doesn't matter. I didn't expect what will happen if I publish it on the Facebook, because I just uploaded from the car, having a fun, drinking a beer because we are the Czechs. But I was not driving, yeah, at that moment. I think. No, we have published just nothing. Just have a look what we met in the midnight in the waters you are swimming in. That was it. That was it. But there was anchor. You are swimming in. The first comment was from my uncle, and he wrote something. I will never swim with you again. We got 500,000 views in 24 hours. And the video completely spread out of our social circles. We are all living in some social parts of the let's say the video was seen by people who usually don't watch the scientific videos, and we got that very easily because the comments were completely off. They ask you, how many meters does it have? Can it eat me in the river? And usually I write, yes, of course. You have to be very careful when you see this. It's not a rule that you grab the attention with these visuals. It's lucky, and it's not happening every week and not every month. By the way, this is another concept we used to grab the attention of people. That's one of my best selfie I have done. It's a microbial culture of. I will not talk from which part of my body. I did a lot of selfies from different various microbial colonies in my body. Everyone has, of course, microbial cultures in your bodies, because otherwise you wouldn't survive in this world. We published that pictures, we screened them in Brno, it's some village in the Czech Republic. But we did some big prints, and people came to this exhibition because the exhibition was interactive. You could touch the agar gel, and you can see what it makes in next week. So people are coming back and back to the exhibition, wanted to see their hands. There were some famous politicians, there were some musicians putting the hands on that, and it was a quite popular project in Brno almost 10 years ago. And it worked like a selfie. However, most of my job lied several years in scanning electron microscope, which is obviously the great tool to show some small stuff. And I will tell you the story. I wanted to skip the story. You know it very well, but this story is quite important for this talk, because I would like to open also the topic of the working with the true and working with some, let's say, false and not the good stuff. But if you want to grab the attention of the public today, you have to be on the edge of what's the true and what's not possible to be true. And you have to work with that. And if you want to make the communication well, you never can, that's the first rule of the science communication, you can never step out of the true. You can make it fun, you can make it easy, general, and so on, so on, so on, but you never step out of the true. And I didn't know that. I was just, well, that's the story. More than 11, 12 years ago, I was finishing my PhD at that time, and I had a big exhibition, really big, in the castle. It was an exhibition of the science microphotography with my colleague who was the head of the department of the science communication at the time, and science education. And he was surprised by my story, as I am right now. This, what you see, is the Cladoceran, again, the small crustacean living in the fresh waters here in Spain, of course, well, everywhere in the world almost. And that's a frontal view of that. However, that exhibition was on the castle during the summer afternoon or evening. And we were installing the exhibition since the morning. And it was very hot, it was August. It was super hot. And in the castle there was only one way of the refreshers, and it was the red wine. There was no water, there was no food. We had a lot of work, and there was just red wine. And we knew that it cannot happen well, but we did it. We were just drinking the wine since the morning, because if I remember something from my childhood, I was reading a lot of books from Cousteau. I suppose you know Jean Cousteau. They were drinking the water, not water, they were drinking the red wine all the time on the Calypso. They mixed it with the water. They never got drunk, he wrote it, and I trust it. I think he stepped out of the true. Because we were drinking the red wine on the castle, installing the exhibition, and obviously we got completely drunk. I was not good. My father came to the exhibition and he saw me like this. Oh my God, what happened to you? So he gave me some food, some water, some coffee, and 2 hours I was, let's say, able to exhibition opening. People came and we did the talk about science pictures, and we were talking, this is it and this is it and so and so. And at the one moment I found that I'm losing the attention of people, maybe after 20 minutes, because it was crustacean, 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 of course. So I decided to make a little bit fun, just a joke. I didn't know that I will make something so bad, but I did the joke. I told, oh, and we are watching the embryo of the elephant right now. And they said, what? It's an embryo of elephant. Yeah, sure. And I wanted to skip it and go on, just joke. But there was a woman, one particular woman, who asked me, how it's possible that you did a picture of embryo of elephant and scanning electron microscope? I told her, it's pretty easy. I'm a photographer of the Prague Zoo. It was not true that moment. I became the official photographer of the Prague Zoo 2 years later. However, I told her, and I work on the Faculty of Science, and we have a problem with the elephant pregnancy, because they don't finish it. So we have a lot of embryos, and we don't know why they don't survive. And we try to help to discover what's the problem in the Prague Zoo with these embryos. My father found that something is not good with me. I drank some more red wine to get in shape. However, the woman had a second question, and she asked, how it's possible that it has two trunks? Not trunks, it's trunks. It's trunks. I told her, yeah, you know Hindu people, right? There are the Hindu gods, Hindu gods from the elephants, and that comes from the malfunction of the ontogeny of the animal. Yeah, this can happen. How it's possible? I cannot say at the moment that I was just kidding, that was just a joke. So I continued with trying to figure out how it's possible that embryo of elephant has two trunks. So I told her, it's a very good question. I was drinking the wine, I will tell you. And I started the ontogeny of the palm of the human. probably you know, but at the very beginning of the human embryo, the palm is something like this, and through the apoptosis, some cells like this disappear, they die, and something like the fingers just are figuring, and they are growing, and they have the palm. And that's the same in the elephant. There is something like this, then there's apoptosis, so this finger comes out, this comes out like this, and then you have two trunks, and usually in the 7th week of the ontogenesis, one of that trunk dies, and if not, it's a goat, but usually it's elephant with one trunk. Yeah, a lot of people found that I'm drunk and I'm making fun from them. They disappeared somehow to my colleague who was talking very seriously at that moment. But half of people still believe me. We are living in the era that 80% believe me, you know, because of the social media, and working with the information is worse and worse and worse. So I would say next year everybody will believe me that. However, that woman had the last question. I was super afraid of the last question, but she asked if it's important for that particular specimen which trunk will die, this one or this one. And I told, that's absolutely important for the specimen, because if this dies, he will be left trunked, and otherwise, if this, he's right trunked. You can watch it in the zoo. 2 years later, I became the official Prague photographer, of Prague Zoo photographer. I had the not similar, but new, bigger exhibition in the Prague. I gave a talk. There was a dean, there was a vice dean. There were politicians, so important people. And I was talking about this picture because I used that picture again. And I was saying, this is Bosmina. That's the genus, Bosmina. And I told them, and it lives in fresh waters, and this is a frontal view of the body. And there was a silence. And they just make this, the crowd make this, and in the middle there was that woman. She came by train to Prague to my exhibition because she was completely amazed by my talk in the castle. I knew that this is not a good moment, to be honest. There was our former dean of the faculty, who was something like my supervisor, and he was working all his life with this genus as well, and with the Daphnia and with Bosmina genus of crustaceans. And she said, he's just making fun from you, it's not crustacean, obviously. And people, wait, that's it? And he was, I'm working with that all my life, it's not crustacean. And she told, no, it's the embryo of elephant. Today, I came to Prague just because of this location. I wanted to see how many left-trunked and right-trunked elephants are in the Prague Zoo, and it's 4 and 4. It's unbelievable. And that was the moment I was super ashamed, and I found that I cannot step out of the truth when it's about the science communication, because you can make anything, but just keep it true. Once you cross this border, you are losing all the credits, and it's for all life. So that's the only one rule which, well, there are 5 or 6 rules I am trying to respect, and this is the most crucial rule I wanted to talk about. So that's nothing. So what I'm talking, what I will like to show you something that some ways are missing already. So these are my recent projects, working on the documentary and showing some, for me, interesting scientific projects, not only scientific, but projects which are visual, let's say. I think you can be a little bit surprised by what you see. So maybe I should explain you something from the beginning, because that's normal. So that's me, of age of 4 years. Yeah, my sister is scared by this face, almost 40 years now. I was, I think, lucky to be born in this family. My father passed away 6 years ago, but he was a professional artist, and he just teach me all my life, and he was super brutal teacher, so he was shouting on me because of the composition and like this, and I have his very good school and education from the arts, and my mother is the director of the theaters, so she was super sad that I have such articulation, because my articulation is really bad, so I cannot be actor. But however, she made me to the theaters as well. And I had two grandpas. This worked with the shoes, but this was the scientist. And this man completely changed my life, because I was born with a very poor sight. I almost lost my vision. A doctor said to my parents that I will lose my vision before I will reach the age of 5. However, they were not right, and I was in a very special kindergarten for the kids with this problem with the sight, and we were practicing something with the hands, and they were just trying to postpone losing the sight. At the end, I can read almost without the glasses until today, so I'm super lucky, because I'm not sure if all my schoolmates still see until today. I would say that probably not. However, this kindergarten was far away from my home, but it was in the city when there were my grandpa and my grandmother. So I was half a year, or maybe a year or 2 years, I don't know, I was of this size. So I was living with this man, and he was the scientist, he was a chemist. So since a very young age, I knew that I don't want to be a chemist. However, he told me one day, I remember, I was of the age of 7, and he told me, "Do you know Archimedes' law?" I told him, "I'm not sure, I'm 7. And he told me, "Okay, fine, this is the book, there's Archimedes' law. And if you understand the Archimedes' law from that reading, and if you will bring the experiment of Archimedes' law to me to show that it works." Yeah, it started, I asked him why it's possible that such huge ships are floating on the water. That was the start. He told me, "If you make the experiment to show me that Archimedes' law works, I will buy you the gun." "What the gun?" "I will, small gun, and you can kill your grandma." He was super angry at the moment. On her, I don't know, because she did some cakes and they were not good. Okay, so that was a motivation. I can get a gun. And it was the 90s, so I knew it will be gun for the kids. But the gun for the kids in 90s was almost, it would be prohibited today for sure, because it was pretty dangerous. I found it. I was reading still all again, Archimedes' law. I was trying to get understanding, and I did the experiment with the balls and the full water tank in the home. And Grandpa told me, "Okay, you proved that you understood the Archimedes' law, so let's go to the shop." And he bought the biggest gun with the plastic bullets for me. Yeah, I was shooting my grandma all the days. She was so afraid to open the doors. They made it, the gun was somewhere, it disappeared, and I had to find it. She was like a Dalmatian, because but for me that was the first motivation of the science, and I found that the science is perfect because you can get the gun, and the science is the gun, and that's him working in the lab, and he was the inventor of the duct tape, if you know that. So he did the chemistry part of the job of the duct tape. So it was one of the biggest patents made by the Czech scientist in the communist era many years ago. It was fantastic. However, he also bought me the kayak. So my first adventure out of Europe was in kayak, of course. And for me, the last important moment I have to show you from my life is this particular day. It's a year 1988. It's it's East Germany. I was of the age of 3 years with this bag, and my father asked me, "What the hell are you going to do with this backpack?" I told him, "I'm going just for a trip." He was just smiling, made a picture, and continued to work, to talk with the friends. But I disappeared in the forest. He didn't find me for a whole day. It was my biggest day of that age, because I was super free. I was just completely lost in the forests. I was free. I had a snack in the backpack, so I was okay. I had water in there. So I survived all the day. At the end, I was out of the food, and it was a problem for me because I was too hungry. So I went to the shore of the sea. There was a woman. I thought it's a whale, but it was a woman. I asked her if she can if she can help me to find my parents. I was lucky because she was talking Czech, and at the age I was just speaking Czech. So she was Czech. Okay. I will finish my bath and will take you to police. So the police found my parents, who were completely mad about losing their kid in Germany. And I found that these adventures of going to the expeditions with the scientists and taking the pictures is the point of my life, and that's what I want to do until the end of my life, because it makes sense for me. So that was the important moment. So I told you that there is a rule of the true in science communication, but that was, let's say, not rule. That's that's everything. That's paradigma of science communication. But if I would say if there is a rule, any rule of the science communication, the rule sounds that there are no rules. It's not a game. It's not a science. It's nothing. It's everything at the same moment. There's no rules, but I should paste some rules to make it serious at least. So I have 4 of them. But the first rule I think you should respect and should know, and you probably don't know that rule. I didn't know that until my age of 35. Were this: the glory is infinite. What does it mean? This is a very important stuff. It's not easy to get it. The author of this sentence is Thor Heyerdahl. I'm not sure. Do you know Thor Heyerdahl? The guy who just crossed the ocean of the Kon-Tiki. It was super crazy man. He was super brave, super great. He was a scientist at the same moment, and he was super popular worldwide. The celebrity number 1 in the science communication at the times. Thor Heyerdahl. It's amazing man. It was amazing man. However, what it means, if you are a singer, and if you are watching the TV show of another singer, it doesn't mean that this singer is competing with you. Definitely not. Because you are in the team of singers, and you are competing for attention of people as the singers, as the team. If you are the scientist from the Charles University, and you are the scientist from Oxford, let's say, or Cambridge, and you have the BBC show, you are not competing with me for the glory or for the famous or for the popularity, because we are the team of the scientists, and it's infinite, because there's 8 or 7 billion people. They are connected to the internet, and it's not possible to exhaust their attention. It's definitely not possible, because it's limitless. It means, well, if we are talking, well, I will make a shortcut. When traveling here, I bought a book from Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he's writing very well about the communication of the bodybuilding, because he is the most famous bodybuilder of the world. But when he started with the bodybuilding, nobody knew what's bodybuilding. People knew just wrestling. Nobody knew that it's possible something like just bodybuilding. And he changed the game, and he told one thing, that all the bodybuilders started in 70s talking about the bodybuilding, not to make famous themselves, but to make the bodybuilding the topic, the issue. Make the people to know that it exists. It's not a strange, it's just a sport, something like a sport. And for us, as the scientists, we are not competing between the Oxford, Cambridge, Charles University, Mendel University, you know it? No. We are not competing. We are all together just grabbing the people, because when the people will see that the science can be fun, once they like your post, and once they are reading the blog of your faculty, and later on they are reading the second one, and they come back to yours. It's important to say that all the scientists trying to talk their topics has one enemy. There is one enemy of the internet against the scientist, and it's very easy, because the enemy of the scientist is the states. I'm very serious right now. I know most of you are ornithologists probably, so just to make it clear, I'm not talking about these tits. I'm talking about these tits. This is a brutal thing, which I'm still surprised. With my colleague, Kate, in Antarctica, every day we were online for some time, and we checked her. Every day, this girl, just nameless girl somewhere on the internet, I don't know where she lives, what's her name, but every day she posts the picture of her bikini of the day. Have a look on the creativity. Here, she is a little bit hidden. That's all the creativity. Every day, the same room, the same girl, the same face, same music, different bikini, and making this. And it works. Have a look on the numbers. And I will talk about this girl several times today because it's a big inspiration for all the scientists. I will tell you, not the dates, the work, how she works with Instagram. 1 million views in the reel, which is month old. And what's worse, she's not alone. There are more like this. My friend told me that I should open the Instagram and wrote some keywords, and wow, there's a full internet of these girls. And have a look. This is not her channel. This is not the product she sells. This is just their advertising for her channel, because she has OnlyFans, of course. So she has the channel when she gets the bikini off every day, probably. And I suppose she looks all the time the same, probably. She cannot change every day. But there are millions of people paying her for this. I told my friend Kate, who joined me for Antarctica, that we should take a lesson from her. Because we make the reels, we make the stories, we make the posts, and it was quite good. We got the 2 million interactions in 1 month, so it was super good. But she is still better. And Kate told me that this is not the type of science communication she would like to. And I was curious, is there someone who crossed this border of science and tits to popularizing the science? And yes, it is. I found this woman. I a little bit fall in love with her. And I'm not alone. She has a really nice views because, let's say, it's not millions, but this girl talks about mathematics, algebra, integrals, probability. She did a PhD on the mathematics and derivatives. She works on such boring stuff, we are the nature scientists, so we know this is boring for us, the mathematics, who cares? I suppose most of you are of the same as I am, so statistics is the R, and you have some algorithm, but you definitely don't want to know what the algorithm do, because it would take your time and take your capacity. Yeah, she do it in the bra. I'm not sure if you get it, which channel she used, because this is not YouTube, this is not Netflix, this is not Instagram, it's a Pornhub. This girl has the channel on Pornhub talking about the science, and she's getting super famous there. She's getting paid by Pornhub to make this science, because they found that, yeah, well, Pornhub, but it's still the same. Well, people, let's say men, usually come to the channel to see that, and the mathematics. And this crushed the concentration and focus of people. And her videos are definitely the longest videos which are seen in the full length. People are watching that. Kate told me that this is not a cup of her tea, and I tried just to try with the Kate to make her the Pornhub channel, but she's married with the Catholic from the US, and she told me that's not possible. So at least we did some experiments on the Halloween with the UV light, and it works. But I will talk about Kate later. So let's go to the second rule, if there is any rule, and that's super important rule for me. What you see, this is me, and this is my friend Honza Trava. And we are in the tent, obviously, but we are in the storm, and we are 7,500 meters high without oxygen. And we are fighting for not our lives, but the lives of our friends. One is almost dead, having a super strong high altitude sickness. There are people who are disoriented. One is lost in the storm in 7,000 meters. So you can imagine maybe what happens. This is the night when people are dying usually. And that was a fuck up. That was a complete fuck up to be there at the moment because all the weather forecasts were wrong. They told that it would be a good day for summit to 8,000, but it wasn't a good day, obviously. That fuck ups are important when they have the happy end. For example, today, here I'm standing because Vojta told me, hey, come to Tarifa to talk about the science communication. It's in Spain, if you don't know, it's a nice place. And I told my wife, okay, Hela, I will come from Antarctica and I will take my family to the Tarifa and we will go to Morocco and we will make a road trip for a week for the whole family because I was 7 weeks in Antarctica, so it will be fine to be together for a week. Okay, so we bought the tickets, we rented a car. I came in Monday, it's Monday today, so 1 week ago I came from Antarctica after 7 weeks to my home. And we realized that one of my kids has a little bit high temperature. So we were waiting, and the second kid get ill, and we found that we cannot fly to Spain because they are ill. So we lost all the money invested in the air tickets. We lost the money in the car. Okay, it doesn't matter. This happens. I bought a new ticket for myself, and I rented a new car for myself. 2 days ago, I realized that my driving license doesn't work for a year almost, or half a year, and I'm driving for the license, so I had to take an Uber from Malaga and combine it with the bus. But I'm full of fuck-ups this week. For example, yesterday I found that the ticket I bought from Denmark to Prague, because I'm going to have a lecture in Denmark, I found that I bought this ticket from Antarctica from that month. So my tickets are lost because yesterday that was my flight from Denmark. So there's the fuck-ups, but these fuck-ups work for people. If there is a happy end, it works. For example, this is my face at the moment. I'm in the Himalayas getting back from the high altitude sickness, but I didn't have a classic high altitude sickness. But as I was a kid with the poor sight, I'm watching well. I'm making a photography, and vision and visual is my life. However, if I cross the border of 6,500 meters for more than 2 or 3 nights, now we know, I'm losing my vision almost at all. And fortunately, it comes back usually. And that's my face just very few moments before the helicopter rescue of me. And I just experienced several helicopter rescues in my life, not only in the Himalayas, but that's how I live. And this fuck up worked very well for the story of the film, of the book we did. So I wrote a book about Himalayan expedition I'm experiencing last years, and I didn't climb any mountain because of the sickness, because of the storms, because of the logistic problems, because of the avalanches which almost killed us in K2 in Pakistan, in Himalaya as well. But I was lucky to survive all these troubles. I survived somehow, and I wrote a book about these fuck-ups, and it won the best traveling book of the Czech Republic last year, because it's full of the fuck-ups. I have a friend of mine who is just writing about his traveling fuck-ups, and he is the most popular writer of the Czech Republic, much more popular than the classic authors, because he's just writing about what's happening to him. He goes here in Spain. This was his first book, I think. He came to the Santiago de Compostela, and he crossed the Spain, and he did so many fuck-ups, and people were reading and making laugh from him. And he's so popular and so famous right now just because of showing people how it works if it doesn't work. This is important for the scientist completely, because you know the science is usually about the fuck-ups. I'm not aware of any scientific projects without the fuck-ups. Usually you have to make 12 PCRs to get the 13th one which works. If you want to sequence the DNA of organism, you have to 10 times sequence your own DNA because you forgot your fucking gloves or something like this. And that's the fuck-ups people will be interested and will make them grab their attention, as well as my penis in Ecuador. I will back to this story very shortly, but that was one of the fuck-ups. But first of all, I should make on one of the last rules. The rules are like this. You got it probably, but that's not rule for everyone. David Attenborough will not follow this rule, but today's if you are serious, and if you talk seriously about the research, you will not get that attention in the media, in the social media, on broadcast. If you are talking like to your friend in the pub, which is not so serious, but you're talking very easily, making jokes or not, but take it like just easy life, easy the science, that's maybe the point how to get that attention. If you go for the best science communicators of the world, they are usually not really serious. They are just talking. They are not crossing the border or the through because they already know. But they are not so serious. Don't think your research is such a serious thing. You have to be serious because it's a research stuff. No, nobody cares. We just care. Yeah, you are an ornithologist, so you can care. But show the American president your research. He will not be interested. You know, those people are completely ignorant. So you have to make it super easy to also those people get your research. And it's a big fail of the society that such people not getting such basic rules and scientific knowledge can be so powerful and can be the strong man like those two in the US nowadays. We have the American president who, you know, in the COVID era, he was famous because he told that we should put disinfection to our blood to kill the virus. And that's the American leader. So that's a big, I would say that this is the scientific communication fuck up at all. That those people can have such a basic, well, let's say zero knowledge. So, getting back, so how I lost my penis snake, or almost. No, I will take it about this later. So let's make last rule. But before that, I will tell you that rule because this is an important rule, and this is the most important stuff I will tell today. And I will not make you happy with that thing, but I think it's true. But before that, I would like to shortly tell you something about this picture, if I can, because such short stories can make a sense for me. And this picture is definitely a little bit crazy for me. And it's me, that selfie in Pakistan with the headlamp in the midnight while the climbers are sleeping. I'm still shooting, and this mountain is called Chogoliza, and it's a super important mountain for the mountaineering. This is exactly in the valley between two 8,000ers, between the K2 and Broad Peak. Broad Peak is this, and I love this story because it tells us much more. If you have a look on this, and you are the first human of the world in the history of the human beings who wants to be on the summit of the Broad Peak, you have to choose the way. It's 1950s, and the man is Herman Bühl. I don't know if you don't know, but Herman Bühl was one of the greatest mountaineers all the time, probably the biggest one. He was the first man who was on the Annapurna, and Nanga Parbat, and he almost died there. And he came back to the Broad Peak, to Pakistan, from Austria. Expedition in 50s to Pakistan was like 2 months of traveling there. Yeah. So 2 months they were getting there without the maps, without the Gore-Tex, without the protein bars, without everything, without the GPS, without the satellite, without the communication. Just guys, socks, and the crampons and ice axe. And they were just there. And there were 4 of them, and they went to this ridge. It took a week for them, and second 5 days or 4 days they did this, like this, to the peak. And they summited that peak in 50s, and 3 of that guys were super lucky. Yeah, make the tripod, make a selfie, make a camera, and go down. And he told, Scheiße, because he was Austrian. Why Scheiße? Why Scheiße? We are on the summit. But we chose the bad mountain. Nobody knew that moment. But from all of the views, this looks like the highest ones. But this is less than 8,000. The peak is this one. It was super fuck up. And it was not possible to go like this. They would lose their lives for sure. They had to go back. So 5 days, they were coming back. It was brutal fuck up. But okay, they go to the base camp, they get some relax, they get some food, and they get the second opportunity to come back because they were super lucky with the weather. So 2 weeks later, they decided for the second attempt. 2 of these guys told, no, we are not going because at this moment, I think they were there. We are not going because we are super exhausted. So 2 guys went down, 2 guys went up. At the end, there was a storm, and all of them met on the summit. They didn't make a mistake, but they decided later that, no, we have to make it. So all of them summited the Broad Peak and came back. By the way, the Broad Peak is one of the most amazing mountains in the world. That's the moment just when there is a moonlight. I left my camera on the tripod because it was not my camera, so I just left it. And later on, I got this picture. And that's from the K2 expedition, which I almost lost my fingers on my foot. I didn't make the summit, of course, but I didn't have a possibility to make the summit. But I did some world record in the drone flying that moment. This was the cover picture of one of my best-selling books at all. So for me, that was a good occasion. However, why I'm talking about this, that this Chocoliza, 2 weeks later, after the summit, Herman Beale was already known in Europe and in the US as the best mountaineer because he did the first summit of Nanga Parbat and the first summit of Broad Peak. He could stay until the end of his life with this fame. However, he decided to be the first one who will try Chocoliza. It's about 7,000. His body was never found. It was pretty quick. Something happened, nobody knows perfectly, but his body is still somewhere there. So for me, this picture is something like adoration of the best climber of the world. So the last rule I wanted to talk about today is do it yourself. And that's the super important stuff, and there is a little bit more science behind that. Because just we'll make us some voting, ladies included now, please. Do you have, all of you, or who of you have 2 hours, two spare hours every day to make a science communication? Nobody? Nobody? Yeah. That's it. Nobody has the time for make some extra job. All the people are still busy, of course, because if you want to make your job well, you have to work 14 hours, 12 hours a day probably. In the science, you don't have an 8-hour job probably. And that's the problem of the science communication. Because if you want to make it well, if you make it the proper way, and if you want to get the best media, it's not possible to make it before 2 hours a day. And this is just threshold I found by myself. I'm not sure if this threshold it really works. Maybe it's more, maybe it's a little bit less. It depends on the stuff we are going to do. But there's a problem. That's a big problem. And if you want to make the communication well, you have to do it yourself because nobody will make it for you. Well, but it has the solutions, and it's not AI, so that's good. However, I'm not sure how it works in your institute. In our faculty, we have the special department of PR, Public Relations Department. I'm also employed by this department of the half of my job. However, they see me 3 times per year because I'm still summer. However, I think I know well how it works in this department. Those people are super busy as you are. They have to make a lot of stuff. Something is bullshit, something is good stuff. They have a merge of the faculty. They have the events, a lot of events, a lot of events of the faculty. And they have to make a web. They have to work on the social media. And the scientists think usually, oh, those guys are just sitting and waiting for my research to make it popular. So if the scientists at the faculty publish the paper in Science and Nature and Journal of Avians of Morocco or something like that. Doesn't matter. If it's an important journal for you, and you put them, okay guys, I have this journal, they will not make a PR for you. And I have no doubt it's the same all over the world, because they know nothing about your research. That's the problem. Research is not the stuff you can say in 5 minutes. Well, something happened to your, okay. But they do this, they make an interview with you if it's nature or science. So they will make an interview, they will grab the photographer, so me, I will take the picture and that's it. But this usually doesn't work. For us as the faculty, we started to make it a little bit different. And we are hiring our students. Not really money, not big money, but a lot of opportunities and some money for the students. And this is in my scope of view, this is the way how to make it, because those students are still one foot in the research of your department, not the faculty, just the department or the group, research group. And one hand, our food, they can be in the media, but you have to find such person, which is different. It's a complicated task to find such people. I do this for the Department of Ecology. We are working on these guys. We have on the Department of Zoology like those guys, and we have on some geology new guys, very young people who are in the media, social media, and who are focused on the social and communication of the research. But finding these people is crucial, because usually the researchers and the scientists communicate the science only through the interviews. This can work for sure, but usually doesn't. It works only on the big media. Well, every interview counts. Every sentence in public space counts. Everything is fine. But if you really want to have an impact, it usually works only very few times per career, per whole lifespan of the research. I would like to show the small, very short story how I did it 2 years ago to get my research published in the top National Geographic, in the best magazine. And the story is really not easy. It's easy to follow right here, but not easy to follow by the real life. But this story started here. I was in the Erasmus in the lab in Munich. I spent half a year of my life sitting 16 hours in the lab, making the research which didn't work at all, and watching the Alps through the windows. And I wanted to go to the Alps. So one day, I decided I will go to the Alps for a weekend. I will just make a pause and the research, and I will come back after the weekend. And I did the best thing for my research and the communication of my research. That moment, I didn't know that, of course. But in 15 years, I realized it. That's it. I found that this mountain, Hochholmspitze, they say it's Austria. So I went to Hochholmspitze with my mates, the good guys. That is one Renault Clio, 3 bags, and zero knowledge about how to do it. What's the mountaineering? We didn't know. We just rented all the gear we needed. We came to the shop and asked what we need to go to the mountain, and rented all that stuff. And those guys in the shop, are you sure you want to rent ice axes, the crampons, the ropes, the harness, the helmets, the peeps, that radar things, and you have no idea how to use it and go to the Alps? And we told, yeah, that's what we are going to do. Today I'm the ambassador of that shop, but it's 15 years later. So we put all the stuff to the backpacks to make sure that everybody who meets us knows that we are the mountaineers. We are not the tourists. There was nobody, by the way. Just cows, and they didn't care. We went there, we got to the avalanche, we got back, we survived, it was fine. No summit, of course. At least, and we were not close to the summit. We were super far from the summit at the moment. Nobody told us that we should also rent a sunscreen for the mountains. So it was a fuck up. So next year we came back to the mountain. Of course, we were 4, and we did it, all the mistakes again. We didn't train for it. we didn't have experience, and we didn't make a summit, but we survived. That moment, we decided to summit at least something. So with my friend, we summited this mountain Winterland and Kopf with all the clothes to show that we are super strong men. It was one of the most brutal stuff I did in my life, but let's say it's a friendship in mountains. Another year, we made a third attempt. Well, to my honest, it was the fourth attempt of the mountain. I was on the heart surgery that year because I had some problems with my heart. I didn't know that there is a 1 month period after the surgery you should be relaxed in the spa. So I did it in 9 days after the surgery. I survived. I don't know how it's possible. I almost lost all my blood from the hair, but that doesn't matter. That's the moment we did the summit somehow. And as I did this summit, it was super strong because I did a short video about the fuck-ups. I wrote a story about the fuck-ups. And I wrote it. I survived, I wrote, and that's it. And just considering this passion for the mountains, I got the opportunity to go to the K2. And it was paid. I didn't pay my bills for K2 because I cannot pay until today. This is a super expensive trip. And because I did some Guinness records on the K2, and I did a video on K2 which was streamed by 3 million people on YouTube, and it was, I got another opportunities, and then now the doors were opening. So I stepped the best doors. I think today I chose the best ones, and I went to Nepal for the first time in my life, to Ahmedabad, and I was sleeping on this exact, absolutely specific place. And if I will go back here to Ahmedabad, it will be just because of this place, because sleeping here is something awesome. I came back 4 times to Nepal, to Himalayas, to expeditions. This is the Tibet. And during the last expedition, I was also rescued by helicopter. I did this picture, just one picture, but I knew that this picture is something special for me, because I knew that the composition is that composition my father would be proud of. I'm in one of the tents at the moment. I was flying the drone far away, higher than it's designed for. So it was like a flying for a few minutes and then falling down to the snow. It was tricky. But this particular picture did it. I didn't know the moment, of course, when I did the picture, that it's that picture. But just because of this picture, I became the second Czech photographer to have the cover of the National Geographic. They told me, okay, this is so strong shot and the strong story that we will publish the gallery of your portfolio of Himalayan expeditions on 10 pages of National Geographic. And that was the moment. Those guys knew me already. I was photographing for National Geographic for years that moment already. We won some prizes of taking the pictures of the stuff I didn't care about. It was interesting. And when I had the cover, I asked, okay, I have the cover, I have the portfolio. Can you give me 5 more pages to publish the research? It's a Trojan horse, we call it. You sell something, but okay, I will give you all this stuff for free, but please publish also my research. And they did it. So we got, for the first time in my life, that moment that I was publishing the paper in National Geographic, which was written and photographed by me. And this was the output of my not really my PhD, but of our students who are working on the same project now. So for us, this was the satisfaction, the best possible satisfaction. And yesterday, it was Sunday, yeah. So yesterday, the National Geographic sent my new paper, and for the first time, they gave me 10 pages just about the research. So now it's printed. It's Monday. So Tuesday, yeah, and Wednesday, it's in the magazines. So now it's printing my first 10 pages issue about the research of the faculty. So it took just 15 years of mountaineering and grabbing the attention of the guys to show that I can make it, and they gave me the opportunity just because of this. I will skip that a little bit slower, and I have the last rule. I told you that the fourth was last, but it was not true. And the last rule of the science communication might be the might be the most complicated for most of you. And it's very complicated for me as well. And I'm still not sure how to grab that rule, but it's a rule and you have to respect the rule. And it sounds like the target audience. You saw that girl already. She knows how to target her audience. Yeah, but she works with exact part of the people watching the Instagram feeds and reels, and she do the job exactly, perfectly, just for those people. I suppose that there is nobody of you who are just following her at the moment. Me neither. But she works with her audience. And this is something we have to learn from the girl like this, because we usually aim for the broad audience. But one moment you cannot talk to the kids, to the public, and to the American president. You cannot. You have to select your audience, and this is the crucial stuff. And we do this with our students. Let's just ask you, what do you think it's the target audience of your research? Do you have idea? It's not easy to answer, because it depends on what you want from that from that communication. The second thing of that rule is the proper choice of the language, because your audience has some language. So you can go to the English, but you are probably using you are losing your local audience if you are not in an English-speaking country. So that's why that 2 years ago, I switched almost all my channels to Czech. Yeah, nobody from the world now cares about my stories about the science, but the Czech audience cares much more because it's their native language. And I decided that in the era of AI, everyone will be able in 5 years, 4 years, to hear my voice in French, Spanish, Italiano, because of the AI. So let's make it Czech for me, or Spanish for you, or German, doesn't matter. And that's the important stuff. For us at the Faculty of Science, we have targeted our audience very well. Do you want to guess what is our target audience of the all we do? Oh, not all, but 80% of the outputs we do. That's the kids, of course. And that's not because we believe we make the world better. No, well, that also, but the most important stuff is that those kids can be our future students. So that's the salary of the faculty, of course. And 12 years ago, there was a woman, she was a head of the Department of the Public Relations, and she was super brave and super good. She was so good that they fired her. But she did the magazine for the kids, and we are still publishing the magazine 4 times a year, publishing thousands of this magazine, because it goes to all the schools in the Czech Republic who are interested in it. It costs a lot of money. But 4 times a year, all the students which are of the target age for us are reading the stories from the Faculty of Science, not Faculty of this science, this science, this science. Yeah, I told you that's not a competition, but a little bit yes. We want them to make them scientists and students of our faculty, of course. When I was 14, I was on the first camp for the young biologists at the Faculty of Science in Prague. And since my 14, I knew that I want to study our faculty because they have a clean toilets and good professors. That was it. So our target audience is something between 12 and 14 or 15. Because if you focus on 16th, 17th, 18th old people, it's too late. Those people, if are not already oriented in biology, well, they can be good students, but those extraordinary professors, those extraordinary people are usually oriented already at least at 15. They are already reading your papers and they are interested in the job you are working on. Yeah, I will show you. The reason I have this on me is that I don't like the T-shirt we had at the faculty. Yeah, but they didn't trust me, but I don't like the T-shirt, so I decided to make I got the T-shirt for the talks like this, but I hate the T-shirt. I hate the color and I hate this shape of that because looks like I'm transgender. So I decided to make an experiment and to lose this t-shirt. And I will show you the final thing I can do in the first part of the talk. This is what you see. It's a very special thing. It's a very important thing. It's a hypoxic tent. I was using that before my last expedition to the Himalayas, and I was breathing the air, which was, let's say, poor for the oxygen. There was a lot of nitrogen, and my body was in distress because there was no oxygen, so I was making the blood cells, and I was preparing myself for the expedition. It worked perfectly for me. But there is a machine which makes it. There is the power delivery, there is the machine, and there is the tent. I was working in it. However, this is just the top of the iceberg, because this technology is not made for mountaineers. It works very well for the cloud centers, for the banks, for every storage and warehouses full of the goodies which cannot get a fire. So if you have a lot of banknotes or anything which is under risk of fire, you can just very easily get a little bit oxygen out, some nitrogen in, and it's safe and super safe environment. And if you do it well, you can work in this environment for hours a day without the problems. And you can get you can gain some blood cells, by the way. But there are some levels of this work with the oxygen, and it works very well. And this tent is owned by a guy who makes a billion business on this. He's younger than me, and he's earning billions of that because he is selling this technology all over the world. And he wanted to make something crazy. He wanted to communicate this technology. And he asked me, okay, I gave you the tent for free because I liked your expeditions, I like your photo pictures and movies and so on, so on, so on. But let's say I would like to communicate to public that there is a technology like this. What would you do? I told him, we need a fire. Yeah, that's what I love to do. So we combined that, and we used that experiment, which was... You can make the sound of it. It's in Czech, it's in Czech. That's a professional stance. We pay the professional stance to make this. This is the CEO of the company, a billionaire. A very young billionaire and the CEO at the moment. And that's me. And we built this tent from the plexi, something like this. And you see how it works. Ping, the fire is out. And once we had the technology, I decided to make this stuff, and I completely lost my t-shirt. So this is a t-shirt I don't like because of this. And at the faculty they told me, okay, I'm a little bit afraid they will give me a new one. But they got some attention from it. Yeah, I'm sorry. So that's just the chemistry, because we work on not on the biology, but the chemistry, geographic, geology, and so on and so on. So I'm a little bit getting to this stuff, and I have the last, I have exactly the last 5 minutes to tell you about the UB concept, and then it's time for a coffee break for sure. But the UB concept, I think, is the good way how to finish the first part. Do you know the UB concept? I probably know because I named it yesterday on the airport. It doesn't have an official name, but it works. This what you see is the biggest communication school of my life. I had a TV show, my own TV show in Czech TV, the most popular Czech TV. It's commercial TV, which is very well known to be not really behind the border of the truth. It's commercial. It's full of the bullshit, but they work very well because they have the highest success of the broadcast at all. Nobody, well, let's say 50 or 60% of Czech people are watching this channel all the time. And they teach me a lot of stuff, how to communicate the science and the scientific project of our faculty. And this, let's say 8 or 9 years of the TV show, I was popularizing the project of our faculty in the faculty merge and showing the faculty in the TV and using these techniques they teach me. These techniques are not really crystal clear. They are not, let's say, fine with. There are a lot of some stuff you can do to grab the attention of people, but not all of them are fair, but they work very well. And for the communication, you can use them, but you have to know the border of what you can do and what is too much. These are some print screens of the TV show I did. For me, it was great because I was a screenplayer. I wrote the screenplays of all these movies. I was in front of the camera, and I was behind the camera at the same moment. So I was also the director, and I also made the edit, and I did the sound mix and everything in my hands. And I was just directed somehow by those guys who were giving me a feedback to the stories. And I was surprised every time. When I wrote them the screenplay, I was super sure that this is super interesting. It's challenge, it's awesome. And they told me it's boring. Many times. That's just boring. We don't care about this. You have to make it more clear. Or you have to explain this. Or you have to make something and use the UB concept. So what is the UB? Let's say it's unexpected bullshit. And this is the important stuff you have to use. If not, well, you don't have to use. But if you want to broaden your audience and to show your concept and your research to thousands of people, tens of thousands of people, the UB concept is perfect because unexpected bullshit is perfect stuff. This is a video from the biggest cave of the Europe. We have it in Czech Republic. It's a super cave, super famous cave. And there is an underground river. Punkva is the name of the river. And I was there at the river, very, very deep under the ground. I was with the guys making the documentary. And I asked the guide, who was a perfect guy, and he was the discoverer of he discovered this 50 years ago. So now he's a very old man, but still very fit. I asked him, is there anyone who tried to kayak this river? He told me, of course not, it's dangerous, it's a bullshit. It's a bullshit, perfect! And I did it. So I was the first man who did at least part of the river underground on the kayak. And for me, this was the great school because I went to the shop next day after they broadcasted the series. And there were two guys talking about me. They didn't recognize it's me, but they were talking about me because they saw it in the TV. And they told me, oh, it was so crazy, he did it underground. Like, okay, this is like this. And this is a Trojan horse again.
and the volcano and the lava. I told them, Annie, I have all the drones back. He told me, oh, what a pity. I didn't get it, because what a pity. I use these drones. I don't want to lose them in the lava. If you lose the drone, it's a story. Now it's just guy with the drone around the volcano. It's boring. We like it. They publish it, but they were right. Exactly. When I was at this place, somewhere here, I was flying from there. There was a guy from Swiss, I think, and he had 3 drones, exactly the same 3 drones. I asked him, why do you have 3 drones, man? I have just 2 and it's enough, one spare one. He told me, the middle one, I will dive to the lava tomorrow. Why? It's because there is no need to fly so close to lava, yeah? Because the lava can be dangerous if you are 10 meters above the lava. Yeah? If you go less than 10 meters, you are in risk. If you go less than 5 meters, you are losing the drone at all. But you don't need it, definitely. 10 meters, it's a macro, it's a close-up. And he told me, you will see on my YouTube. Do you follow me on YouTube? I told him, no, I don't follow you on YouTube. Okay, so Google my name. Oh my God, he had millions of followers. And the video was named, How I Lost My Drone in Lava. Dangerous, don't try this at home. And I think I can say it. My footage was far better than his. I get better pictures. I know it sounds bad, but I think his pictures were not so good. But he had millions of views in 24 hours. I got 2,000, maybe 1,000. I don't remember. That's the difference. He had the story. So he did it well and I did it bad. So and in the TV they told me that and they were right. Now I had a lot of unexpected bullshits I wanted to show you to make you fun, but instead I would like to make more discussion. So I will skip some unexpected bullshits. I can back to them and now really I can tell you the story about the penis story. The story is important for the talk because it happened to me in 2017. I was for the first time in my life in Amazonian jungle in the rainforest in Ecuador. I was taking the picture of this butterfly who is peeing at the moment. I'm not sure if you realize, but he's peeing. And there's a science behind that. Why he is peeing on that moment, on that picture. Because taking that shot is not easy at all. The butterflies are a little bit wild in Ecuador, and if you want to find a spot where they are somehow calm and you can take the shots, it's usually one exact point in the village. I didn't know that moment, but I laid to the mud to take that shot, and I was lying for 1, maybe 2 hours in the mud, taking the shot of the butterfly. My kids told me that this is a picture of Rambo without the muscles. However, if you are in that moment, it's a serious risk not a serious risk, but it's a popular story. I'm not sure if you are aware of the story, but in these rivers in Ecuador, not in Ecuador, but in the rainforest, there are very small fish, and they can attend to your urinary ways. And if it's a woman, it's okay because they get inside, and it's a very easy surgery. If it's a man, it can happen that they die inside of the penis, and then it's a big trouble because they get sepsis and they can lose the penis. The medical evidence of these cases of losing the penis because of this fish is number 1. It's just only one case of the guy who lost his penis because of this. But all the people who are traveling there knows the story because nobody wants to risk that and nobody wants to be that guy. By the way, there is evidence of people who were killed by flesh while they were eaten by shark. This happened 2 times. So it's 100% more times probability that you will die by flesh while the shark eats you than you lose your penis in the river in Ecuador. So the penis story is of course the bullshit. But I was super aware of that, so I had the 2 boxers and taking the pictures. And I was super amazed by the jungle. I did a movie for the TV, for the YouTube, for the Facebook, Instagram, and so on, and so on, and so on. And they invited me to the biggest, one of the biggest media in the Czech talking, and they used it for the headline, penis fish in Ecuador. That was the headline, and that was the reason they asked me to go there. And I was wearing the faculty t-shirt. That time I liked the faculty t-shirt. And we were talking about the research. So there's another Trojan horse. They used this bullshit story because they liked the story, and then gave me 20 minutes, 25 minutes of interview to talk about the real science. And that's how it works somehow, sometimes. And usually when I'm doing such a crazy bullshit stuff, it's usually because I need to make an anchor of the attention of those guys, and then make sure that they will give me the space. And this happens to me, and this is probably the last story I want to tell you, because then I would like to discuss with you. If you will not like to discuss, we can continue with the talk. However, this story is, for me, it's somehow inspiration, the basic inspiration for all of you. We had some discussions during the coffee break, and it looked that those of you who were speaking with me are chilling the same problems with the money, with the time, and so on, and the communication. And I wanted to share this story because it's inspiration. Everyone can make it, and maybe it's possible to live the dreams in this world. Because I met this girl in the toilet, in the public toilets. It's not my wife at all, but it's my good friend. This is Maruška Dvořáková. Doesn't matter for you now. But I was going to toilet, it was behind the scenes on the festival. I was giving a talk, and she was giving a talk as well. So we were both speakers on the festival of the documentary films. I was running to the bathroom because I needed to pee, and she told me, "Oh, I know." I told her, "I don't know you, but I need to pee." And she told me, "No, I want you to work with me on my project." And I told her, I need to pee right now, and I don't have time for your project. So I was running to pee. It was fine because I didn't lose my penis in Ecuador, and I was just staying in front of the bathroom with the iPad, and she just have a look 15 seconds on my project. Okay, so I watched that project for 15 seconds, and I told her after 20-25 seconds, okay, let me consider to be involved in your project. I want to do that, because that was something absolutely unbelievable, and I have never seen something like this before in my life. 2 days later, literally 2 days later, she paid the studio for me, and we built a studio in the cellar under my home, under my flat. And I started to make the time lapses of the penicillinum. You know penicillinum is the main actor of that movie. If I speak about the studio, it's this. Yeah, it's atomic cellular. And this is something like a studio. It's super cheap. Yeah, I have it until today somehow. But this camera costs $100. This lens costs $200, and that's the same. That's even the cheaper one. The lights are super cheap. All together can be under 3,000 euros. But when it's new, if you buy it secondhand, you can buy everything here in this picture for 1,000 euro. I can give you a discount if you want. No, it's very cheap equipment, super cheap equipment in the city in Czech Republic in the cellar. And I did it. I did a time lapse of that footage. If you're not familiar with the time lapse, it's this. This is the just classic time lapse when you take the pictures. So the camera can be cheap because of that, and you take the picture every. Now let's say, I don't remember, 5 minutes maybe. Every 5 minutes I did a shot, and it worked for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. One of them worked for 7 weeks. I did so long time lapses in the cellar, because if you speed it up, it looks perfect. I love this one. I love the cherries. You like the cherries? Because the cherries are boring until they are fresh. Yeah. So that's the time lapse we did, but we did much more of the job, and I worked on the job for 2 years before the salary, of course. We were talking about the money. As you saw the TV show, I worked. So first 6 years, I was doing that for free, completely, paying all the costs by myself because I wanted that space and the TV and to show that. Because for me the TV was important because I didn't need the money from the TV because they gave me the space and the broadcast, so I can tell the faculty, okay, I have the space and the broadcast, I will show the faculty in broadcast, and you will sign my another trip, and they told me, okay. So that worked like this. I get zero money from the faculty, zero money from the TV, I paid it by myself, but it made sense because I was allowed to travel and to be employed at the moment. However, back to this project. So I worked 2 years on the project for free in my cellar. And that moment, Maruška, the director, worked on the project already for 3 years. Altogether, it took 7 years of work. And a lot of people worked on the movie because they liked Maruška. She was smiling very nice. So she made it somehow that in New York, the Symphony of New York made the music for the movie by free because she was smiling very well. They wrote that. She paid the actors only the tickets for the actors because there were 2 actors from the US. They came to Prague to make the movie and they did it for free, just for the tickets because she was smiling well and she was communicating very well the project. She made all of us to love her project and all of us did it for free with the exception of the post-production studio which worked 2 years of merging my data and her data together to final product. And this was paid and this was super expensive, but they gave her super discount because of her smiling. However, Maruška became the leader of the Czech house in New York, and she did for me my second exhibition in New York. So I went to New York with my wife, and it was nice, and there was a public 400 people who were paying the bill and tickets for us to listen to the story from the K2 and so on. And she was one day calling me from New York, and she told me, I have to tell you something, it's a secret, so nobody should tell because I was so bad girl that I just signed the form and I sent the movie to the competition. I told her, which competition did you send it? Oscars. Maruška, it's not possible to send the film to Oscars. Well, it is, because it was broadcasted, we followed all the rules and we did it to the first round. Okay, I will open the bottle of whiskey, come on. She told me, no, calm down. We are 1,600 movies in this round. Okay, so I still got the beer. However, 2 weeks later, maybe 3 weeks later, she made another call from New York. She usually calls in the very bad times from that place. And she told me, okay, we did it to the second round and you can take the shot. How many are we? 400. Okay, that's good. That's good. So I got a shot of whiskey. I was super lucky at that. Super fine. Perfect. And a month later, she told me, okay, so take the alarm, watch the Oscars live because we are going to be the finals. And we got to the finals in the 5 best movies of the young directors in this category on the Oscars. I still cannot believe that Steven Spielberg and those guys were watching frames I did in the cellar with $100 camera in my home of very old cherries. And when it was live, it was amazing. I didn't came there because I didn't have the money for the ticket and I was not allowed to be on the Oscars live, but she was there and the director and producer were there. And we got that Oscar. So we were the second Czech director with that Oscars in this category in the history of Czech cinematography, which was absolutely unbelievable. Now they are free, I think, in this category, in the young directors. Steven Spielberg told her that he saw a lot of stuff, but this is the most weird stuff he ever saw. If somehow somebody like Steven Spielberg says that you are so weird that he doesn't know it, it's perfect. And I think I would like to show you that film because it's not possible to see it anywhere. But that's the movie we cannot stream on YouTube, I'm sorry. But this is a copyrighted movie. It's a little bit long. It's 3 hours, but no, it's 50 minutes. It's 15 minutes, but I believe you never saw something weird like this. And maybe you will get the message I'm trying to tell you all the time. So it's the last thing I'm trying to tell. That's just the passion. She wanted to make it. All the people wanted to make it. We all did our best. and we somehow won the Oscar about the movie about the penicillinum. And this opened a lot of doors for us, for her, for me as well. So the opportunities were coming, and we were enjoying and choosing the best opportunities for us. I think that we did a lot for the communication of that fungi. We collaborated with a lot of fungi specialists. They are playing some minor roles in the movie, and I bet there is nothing so popular about the fungi at all. So, and basically on that we based a lot of talks and discussions about the fungi, and we got the research to the people as well. But if I can ask, if you don't mind, if you can close the window and make it dark here, because the movie is super dark. And if you can get the sound super on, because the movie is a little bit silent and dark, and it's very weird. But I hope you will appreciate these 15 minutes, because you cannot watch this movie anywhere right now, with the exception of some very weird festivals. The last sentence. movie which won, which gave us a lot of chances to talk more about mycology and all and guys. I don't think that you will start making Oscar movies since tomorrow. You will wait until the next week, but maybe that's a good point to start the discussion. And yeah, and then at the end, I have some selection here of some projects we did to get inspiration how we did it. But before of that, do you want to start to talk about that, about the communication? Because we thought that we are not alone with the PR department, which doesn't work as you would like to. Do you consider to get any students to hire your students to make a communication for a full-time job or not? Is it possible in your countries? Because in ours it's not so bad. It's possible if you have a project and you have some not really spare money, but you have some money, you can invest to hire someone, because the students can make it almost for free, and that's a good education for them, so you don't have to feel bad to give them a low salary, and they can be passionate about this. I think this is the way how to make it. Because you saw, I invested 15 years of my life almost full-time with making a PhD, making a family happy, somehow did some research, but let's say the average can be 5 or 6 hours a day working on the projects like this. And I don't think nobody here will deserve to go to do this, this path, to invest so much money and effort to the communication. For me, this is a way to find so passionate students how to do it. I can choose a little bit of Indonesia because, as you saw the Antarctic movie in the beginning, yesterday gave me another opportunity, because we had the new dean in the faculty and I sent him the video, and we agreed we will make a big project together on the faculty level of the communication, which I was dreaming of the project for years, but I was waiting for the proper dean and proper, I need the political power for that. And I got the political power yesterday, so we can make it. It's not a question of money; it's a question of just the politicians. However, thanks to this movie, I'm going to publish the new book about my schoolmates from the faculty, to make a Trojan horse about the faculty, about the friendship, about a friendship among the scientists, and I want to show this friendship on the basics and on the basis of the stories of the traveling all over the world to the nature. And the first story will be about the Indonesia, because one of my schoolmates was Kate, who I joined her for Antarctica last month, and another one was Hanka, and Hanka invested almost all her life to Indonesia. She spent 2 years writing emails to people in Indonesia, learning Indonesian, and trying to make her own project, by her own, without any political power from the faculty, with zero money from the department, with the zero assistance of, and she built absolutely extraordinary project, which works until today, despite she moved a little bit from Indonesia to Sri Lanka, but doesn't matter at all. The Mataha. I suppose nobody of you was on Mataha, because it's not possible to go to Mataha. It's one of the uninhabited islands. There is nothing, just turtles, the sea turtles, and there are 4 rangers, or 3 rangers maybe, 3 rangers. And they are just having shifts, like 2 weeks or 1 month shifts. There is nothing, just rangers, no electricity. There is no water. They are drinking the water from the rain only. There is no food. That was a little bit bread, but they have very low possibility to get some food. So they take something with them for a month. They have just some rice, but they are the turtles, and this is the hatching place, very important place for them. These islands were very well known to be the great source of the turtle eggs, and a lot of people came there and they were just getting the turtle eggs for the food. By the way, if you compare the population of the sea turtles in these islands in the Second War and today, now we are at 8%. Where 10 years ago we were at 8% of the population. And that's mostly because of that. Not because of the ship, not because of the plastics, but yes, the plastics are the problem, big problem, but mostly because of getting the eggs for the food. You cannot buy that island, but she did it somehow, that she got the power from the politicians in Indonesia, and she got the permission to start the project to protect the turtles, which consists mostly of being there and being there against those guys who are going for the eggs. Not shooting them, not killing them, but showing them we are here and you cannot go here. The question. I asked her if I can join her for the field trip. She told me okay, but I don't have money for you. No worries. So I published my book that moment. So I got some money, and at that moment I didn't know that these money are not mine. So I bought the tickets for me and also my family, and then I had a big troubles with the financial crisis of my family, but it doesn't matter. We did it there. And just because of this trip, I bought this equipment. It's I don't remember, 3,000, 4,000 euros, just the case for the camera. I didn't know how to use the case. There was nothing, there was no manual at all, so I had to find the YouTube videos how to use that case on the airport. And the second day when we woke up, the first day in Indonesia we woke up, Hanka told me, okay, come on with the case, you can go to take the picture of the whale shark. Oh my God, whale shark? I don't know how to behave with the whale shark. Don't try to get to the mouth, that's it. So I was there and I go to the mouth and I was completely in one mouth of the whale shark, but it happened well. He was like this and I was back to the sea. But that was the first pictures I did from diving, not only with the sharks, but with the jellyfish. But I was aware that I cannot go to Indonesia like this, just showing the sharks and so on. I needed something more to get the attention from people, and I decided to use the most best thing of my life I have, and it's my kids. Yeah. People told us, you are totally fanatic, and that's really bad to take such small kids to Indonesia, to Borneo, to the islands where there is nothing, because they can be ill, they can be alone, they can be hungry. And they were true, because they were ill, they were hungry, and they were alone at all. We were sleeping on the shore with the dead whale. It was smelling super bad. However, this one was 2.5 years, and this one was almost 5 years. And we did it somehow. My wife, when we are talking about this back with my wife, she tells me that this was the biggest adventure of our lives together, and we cannot imagine that there will be something bigger than this. And we are both very lucky that they survived, nothing happened, and we would never ever do this again. But we are super happy that we did it, because we didn't know what everything can happen. But it happened, and it happened in the best way. That's the beach. It's not possible to go there. It's several islands, Mataha, Belang-Belangan, and some other small beaches, which are famous for these turtles. And Hanka was working on this project 20 years. 20 years she built it, and she went to those guys who are getting those people are the best to protect the turtles. If they know very well the field, they know how to work with the eggs, they know everything about that, but they are just on the bad side. So she changed their side, because she explained them the story, and she gave them a little bit more money than they get from the eggs. So that's the motivation for those people to change their mind, do the same job, but leave the eggs in sand or move them to the more safe place. This was unbelievable. You can experience this in Thailand, in Sri Lanka, as well as a tourist, but not here. And usually it's not possible to work with the turtles. But what's the point? That there are many very bad turtle centers when they leave you touching the animals. You leave the hatchlings to the ocean during the noontime, so they will die before they get the water, or they die immediately when they are in water, and so on. And those centers are motivated just for the money, that's it. And people don't know it. So Hanka works on this project and she knows that protecting the turtles like this is just the top of iceberg. It's just the really nice part of the job, but this is just 2% of her job, only 2%. The most important stuff comes here, to the education. And here in Europe, I'm not sure if you are really aware, but we have education. We have some really good education in comparison with the rest of the world. There is zero education. Those girls are living this is, doesn't matter, I don't know the name. No, that's the name. It makes me crazy if I cannot find the name of the island. It doesn't matter. This is the atoll. It's the island made just from the corals. There is a small airport, small hotel, and a few villages, 2 villages, about 300 inhabitants of this island, and all are the fishermen. Sounds good. However, fathers of these girls who are the fishermen don't swim. Not joking, they don't know how to swim. They are on the boats. And if they fall down, they can die. Hanka one day saw the fisherman just coming to the water. He survived. He was smiling. Why are you smiling? He was laughing. Hey, the water is salt. Oh my God. He's living on the atoll, on the coral. He's a fisherman on the sea. And he didn't know the water is salt because he don't swim in it. They don't know what's down there. They use the dynamite, T90, and those things. They poisons. They put it to the water and get the fish out for free, but they don't know what it's inside. So she tried to change it, but you cannot change the old man. You have to change the young kids. So she's showing them, and she's giving them the snorkel for free. She's buying them all they need to swim and to see on their own eyes the paradise they are living in, and they don't know it. It's a little bit funny when you see those Muslim girls in those habits of snorkeling in this place, but they change. Definitely, they saw it, and they cannot accept the turtle eggs and those stuff from their parents, and they are very slowly changing it. Another stuff she found that one of the big problems of the sea turtles, bigger than I thought, is using the turtle shell for the souvenirs. You will be maybe surprised how people love this. I don't know why. And Hanka told, okay, let's make the new design of these souvenirs and make it from the coconut. Okay, who cares of coconut? It's everywhere. Yes, it's everywhere. It's free. Who will buy it? And she told, I will buy all the souvenirs $1 more than from the shell, not from the turtle, from the coconut. So she has to buy a huge amount of souvenirs, take it somehow like a tourist on the airport, and to sell it to Europe to get the money back and make it again. And she completely changed the local economics by herself. Because if you need the turtle, you have to kill the turtle, you have to catch it, kill it, and it's really a very bad process of killing that animal because they are getting the shell from the living animal. However, here, you can just go, take the coconut, make it very quickly, and you earn $1 more per piece. So that's perfect. And the local economics changed, and she's a big importer, illegal importer of coconut souvenirs to Europe, but she cannot pay the taxes for that. I was wearing this shark on my neck for 3 or 4 years, and I will do again. Another project we focused within this Indonesia was that we were witnesses of this. I suppose you probably know this hell of palm oil, and palm oil is definitely the part of our lives, and we cannot change it, and it's more than a century here with us in Europe. However, if you see it by yourself, it's a little bit different. So this is the last chapter of the Indonesian story, talking about the palm oil. And that's my super small angel of the same age as I was in the Germany, as you saw at the beginning. So it's a circle. Well, not the last chapter. The last chapter is this one. If you go to Bali, how many of you were in Bali? Nobody? How do you think the Bali looks like? The beaches, the sunset, waves, sand, right? Yeah, this is the Bali. Yeah, you can take your salary and you can go to the rubbish to see it. That's the not really every day, but almost every day reality. Indonesians take the plastic rubbish and put it to the water. It's about 6 tons per minute. It's a lot, 6 tons per minute. And the rubbish just somehow sediments, somehow goes somewhere in the currents, but gets back to the beaches. So they make some mountains of it, and they just make a fire because that's the only thing they can do. I like this. So what we have done about this project, what we have done, I tried to publish it in National Geographic, but that time nobody cared about me and nobody trusted that I can make a good story from this in National Geographic. I tried to make a broadcast, so I did a broadcast. Okay, it was broadcast, it was fine. But we were trying to figure out the ways how to tell this story to people. And it was the most difficult part, how to spread the information to various groups of people. So first of all, we did the broadcast. Okay, so we touched some older people watching the TV, because people watching the TV are usually over 30. We published 3 or 4 papers for the different media, from the scientific magazines, which are read by scientists, but you don't need to make the... Well, if you write the science paper for the science magazine, it's not a communication. You just communicate with your colleagues. It's not a popularization of that. We did the media. We did the movie clips for the bands with them. We did the radio shows. We did my own TV, YouTube shows. And summa summarum, we said, how you call it in English? Completed together, we reached about 1 million people in Czech Republic. And the stuff we did was that it somehow happened, we increased the income for Anka project some 20-30% for some while. Now she's decreasing again, and we had to make it again somehow to again increase the interest of people and invest money to the projects like this one. But for me, this is not second communication, but it's a huge inspiration of what one woman, one girl can do. And if you count it by one, if you count the number of hatchlings on the islands since the moment she started with the project until now, she saved already 3 million of turtles. So that's a lot. However, of course, 99% was the food for the fish, but it still makes a sense. And now we're getting to the point. When Hanka came to the Minister of the Agriculture and Environment in Indonesia to talk about the just pronounce another project and along the project and work on the sea turtles, he knew who was coming, he knew the project, he knows everything. She was served with the sea turtle's eggs on the table. She asked why. Oh, it's delicious. But this project is against the eggs. Why? The eggs are delicious. You don't like the eggs? Try it. So she had to explain again to the Minister of the Environment why it's not good to eat that, to eat the sea turtles. And he told her, okay, I have the Excel sheet here. Okay, here's the Excel sheet. That's not good. And I see that when you came to this project, there was, he told the number of the adult sea turtles which were captured or just somehow localed in the sea. And now we have the actual number, and it's almost the same after 10 years. So your project is completely bullshit, and I am not going to give you the permission again. She told him, I'm having this permission for 10 years. Yeah. How old are the adult sea turtles? What do you think? About 20, 25 years. Yes. Have a look on the number of the not adults, but juveniles in the sea. Okay, okay. Oh my God, it's 3 times more. Yes, that's the point. So that's how she has to work with the politicians, with the high politicians. Minister is the highest politician in Indonesia for that. That was crazy. That was crazy. And if you have something, just ask. And if not, I will have another one, small one. Think. Okay. But this is important. I feel this is a very important story, which got the happy end yesterday. Everything is happening yesterday, I don't know why. It was Sunday or today. I met that girls, exactly that girl, Diana, and she is the small one. And Diana is a Colombian girl who was my schoolmate in Prague. Again, the same schoolmates, the same faculty, the same friendship. She was living in 90s in Colombia. It was super dangerous. People were killing themselves. Her mother was a teacher and saw that there is no opportunity to make any career to be safe in Colombia, because Colombia at that time was the hell on the earth. So she sent her to Europe, make it somehow. She gave her some money. She get to our faculty. She learned Czech very well. So she speaks Czech, she speaks English, she speaks Spanish, of course. And she got the project. She asked me if I can help her with the communication of that project, because she wanted to go to the national parks in Colombia mountains where there was nobody before. Well, some army, yeah, some hunters, but definitely not the scientists. And she told me, okay, if you get the money for the project, you can go with me to these mountains. I cannot give you a salary, of course, but I can pay the tickets and we can go to the forests where no scientist was before us. Okay, what the hell is better for me? I did all I had. I used all the power, and we failed completely. The committee of these grants are my friends, by the way. I know them personally. So I went to them and I asked why we didn't get the grant, why we didn't get to at least the first round of the grant. And he told me, it was not interesting. My God, we are going to the place where there was nobody. We are the first scientists going to describe the new species. Probably it's a super high probability. What's better? There are another my friends had the project. They won it. It's a good project. They won. They found the lake and they named the lake after the agency. So it's okay. So it's better. However, they told us this is super boring. Some new species. Who cares about the new species? They told me like this. Okay, I described it some new species. In Czech Republic it was fine. I described a new species in Colombia from the crustaceans, and nobody cared at all. And they are right. It's not so interesting for the normal people. For us it's exciting, because we are losing the diversity. All of you know that describing the new species and making the evidence of how many species are we losing every day, and or how many species are radiating and getting new species, all this information is super important for us, for the biologists. But people don't care, especially even in the National Geographic or in the grant agency, they don't care. I got angry on that system. I want to communicate this project and I want to go to these mountains because this is just my passion. I want to go to the jungle. So what the fuck I can do? What would you do? Hey, just come on. Tell me, what would you do if you go, because I cannot pay by myself the tickets, of course. Our expedition, it's thousands of dollars. What would you do? I did the best thing I can. I wrote it on the Facebook. I did the post, just one post on Facebook. And I wrote, okay, I'm open to get the financial support from anyone who is interested in this project, with the exception of propagation of the drugs, pornography. No, I don't care about and those things, and the guns. If there is anyone interested, we are open for financial support. And what happened? We got email from Prastinek. from this guy. This is my another schoolmate. So this and this went to the same class in the Faculty of Science. And he wrote me, okay, I can pay all the bills if I can join you and if I can take you for one side project in Colombia for a week because it's a little bit dangerous and nobody wants to go with me. Oh my God, that is perfect. It's even better than getting some fucking grants because you have private money from the guy who will take care of any dollar because it's his dollars. He will take the care of the money. And we got absolutely zero push to the publication. That was best for us. So we went there. We rented these cars. They took us very high. Then we rented these horses. They almost died in 500 meters, but for the picture it was fine. And we went to Paramo. Paramo, probably you know, it's a very special ecosystem on the tops of the mountains in Andes, in South American mountains, and super hot species. It's a hotspot of diversity. There are new species of everything you can imagine. It's a hell to be there, by the way. It looks like on the pictures, but it's a pure hell because you are completely and all the time consumed by the insects, and you are still beaten by the jungle. It's every second is just pain, pain, pain. But on the pictures, it's nice. She is smiling. Have a look. This is before the sunrise. We are going up just because trying to avoid the tabanos, the diptera flies, which are super crazy and making super crazy. We got the permission just because of this guy who is a botanist from the Colombia, and he did the permission. He got the permission. He did several attempts to get to the mountains, but he completely failed because he's not able to just organize some expedition like this. And he has a zero. Those guys, even the local guys who are the local rangers, has the zero knowledge and zero gear and experience how to move in the jungle. So it was a question for us. They had the machetas, so, but that's it. And they are bullshit, but they did it happen. So we went together up to the mountains. And what the hell happened next day was this. So you see the rage, you see the paradise, which is the hell at the same moment, but you are the first natural scientist at the spot. So for me, that was the super sweet fruit to be there. And we were walking this. This is like 10 kilometers, and it took us 2 or 3 days of pain. And we got it to the hill. There is the top. There is the Paramo. So we have to go all this without the path, without the ways, just here to the top to get to the Paramo. It was full of the stories. Some people almost died, and so on, so on. We lost a lot of gear. We were struggling, and so on. But the second day, we found the first new species of orchid, which was we were absolutely sure that this is the new species. I cannot find it, but the botanist and the team, okay, this is not in the books at all. So they are taking the species. I was caring much more about this because I hate those. It was a little bit crazy because they told me, do you know that you are killing probably the new species? Yes. They should not exist anymore. They will just, they will die before the scientific the name. So they are probably the new species of the dipteras, but they have a look. This pains a lot. However, we went to the mountains. We found the hunters, which is super extraordinary thing because you cannot find the hunters, but we did. We went to the ridge with Petr, with the 2 botanists. And we got the samples, and we have at least 6 new orchid species, completely new, one maybe new genus. Now they are in the DNA analysis in Bogota, and we get the new shrub, which is perfect. It's more a tree than a shrub. The boat, because it's dangerous. The boat, because it's dangerous, and it's complicated. We didn't know and it's complicated. We didn't know really a lot about that. And we were facing some problems, like this. like this. That's my small boat I use for the kids. We took it together. That's something we are experiencing 5 times, 6 times per hour. Just 5 times, 6 times per hour. Just waves of this. We didn't expect it to be so wild, but we did it somehow. However, we are not the first people who did the canyon, because with Peter we got to the problem with the overheating of the bodies, and so and we were in the serious trouble. However, we got it. We survived somehow. It's a big story. It will be part of the book, of course, and it will be a very adventure chapter of my life. And I'm super glad my wife still doesn't know what happened there, because I was in the serious danger there because of the temperature. It was 40 degrees in the shadow. However, the biggest point comes at the moment like now. When I was on the boat with these guys, Diana, that girl, had also very small side project, and she didn't tell us too much details. Those describing the species of new orchids, this expedition, that was a Trojan horse. She got our money, or the Peter's money, but there was a Trojan horse. He got what he paid for, but there was something even more interesting in Diana's story. We didn't know that. She did it. She sold the project. We didn't know, and we are super proud now that she did it. That's a school bus. But Diana wrote the book in her free time. She got 2 amazing artists in Colombia who made the illustrations for free because she smiled well, as Marushka. She wrote it in very nice Spanish because even me, I can understand the book. And the story is completely the same as the story of Hanka in the Sri Lanka, in Indonesia. The story is, hey girls, hey boys, have a look around. You are living in paradise full of the species of orchids, of paramo, of super interesting animals and plants, but you don't know it because teachers don't tell you because they don't even know. She published this book in Colombia, printed there, 2,000 books by her own, and she spread it to the kids. She went to the schools because those schools are super poor, and all the kids gave from the white faces free book. We were like a superhero there. She gave them lecture, she gave them book, and Petra saw that this side project is that project which makes impact. Describing the new species of orchids is impact. If you publish it in Phytotaxa or it's some impact. Okay, it's fine, and we know it's important stuff. But this can be even more important to have the social impact on the kids living there who don't know the culture they are living in. So they decided they go again here to Colombia, maybe this year, and they will spread even more than 3,000 or 4,000 books again, and they will try to make the base of these books to get it to all the kids which are living in this local area. And that's the story I completely love, and I think this is the science communication as it should be, because Diana choose very properly her target, the audience, the language, the way how to spread the information, because that's the best way to give the book, free book for the kids who has no shoes. So she changed the world. And by the way, there's a small desert in the Colombian story, very small desert, and we are still going to eat it. We are still looking forward to get back to the Colombia. Very last day, not kidding, very last day of Colombia, we decided a very short trip to mountains, to 4,500 high altitude. Well, it was 2 days walking there, and we wanted to see just the birds. You're an ornithologist, you know. What's the English name of Condor Anski? Condor. Oh, it's Condor. Okay, it's Condor. Okay. We just went for condors. I'm not bird watcher, but I like it. I have the camera. I wanted to take this picture. Fine. We found some plants. Fine. But we were on the top of the mountain, very high, and we watch that this mountain is a little bit different than we supposed, and it's called Mesa Blanca, white table. Okay. He was just looking all the time like this. He was not paying attention of condor. Is this? It's still secret, it's still unpublished because it's still there and we cannot take it out, but we found our plesiosaurus on the top of the mountain in 4,500. So this is desert for me, and right now I'm searching on Amazon some accumulator tools to grab it out, and we are getting the permission to officially take it out to the Bogota, to the University of Columbia to make the proper analysis of the plesiosaurus, because it's there is a high probability that there are more plesiosaurus on this mountain. And there are many, not many, but some numerous papers in Nature last 2 or 3 years. They are finding the dinosaurs on top of the mountains and ants. And all the paper they published just because they like the pictures, they like somehow the story about the new species, and those stuff is not interesting for them. For them, it was the most important thing here, the impact. They're working about the kids and giving them chance to education. Yep, so that was it. So we did ourselves. Nobody paid us. Well, Peter paid the tickets and he paid the expedition, okay, obviously, but all we had done with, was for the salary, but we didn't expect any salary from this. And this is how it works. So I hope you didn't come to hear that science communication is a way how to earn some money or fame or glory, because you will not. It's a real pain, but I think it's worth it. Yeah. So thank you for attention. I have some slides if you have no questions about Antarctica, but first of all, we can, if you want to ask anything, I'm here for you. But it looks that you are not going to ask anything. Yes?
Well, maybe you could talk a little bit about the culture at your university, because at my university there is, of course, you are recognized if you disseminate your research to the public, but it's in relation to publishing in journals like Science and Nature, or getting big grants, research grants. It's not considered as high value, it's not valued as much. And so we don't have that as a part of the culture.
Yeah, that's the problem.
You can talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, that's the thing which should be changed, I think, in the future. I'm not sure if it will change in the future. What I like, the new projects, some of the projects, I'm not sure how many grants, but they have today also one criteria how we will communicate the project and explain this project to the public. However, as you say, nobody cares about the public relations, about the media, and so on, and the faculty. And let's say I'm well known in the faculty because everybody knows me because I'm taking the pictures, making the talks, and so on, so on, so on. However, 2 years ago, I got a letter, official letter of Vice Dean, that my scientific output is getting low because I'm not publishing impact papers as I should, because I was at that moment 80% scientific, I was in the research. And they told me, okay, we know what all you do for the faculty, for the communication, so we give you a chance, another 5 years contract, but then we will consider just papers and we will be interested in impacts. And the next day I went to the head of the department and told him I'm just finishing the job, because I cannot make all this stuff and publish the papers. And department, so we are only 2 lecturers officially on the department, and I'm not paid right now on the research, but on the education. So I have a lot of education, much more than the others on the faculty. I'm giving 200, 300 grades for the students per semester, but it doesn't matter. That's the students, and there are plenty of them, and we can make it very, very fast somehow. And we have the projects with the students, and now I found that this was the best thing which can happen, to not just finish the career of the researcher, but get to this half and half somehow. So half education and half the communication. There was no position like this on the faculty before me. Nothing like this. I'm the first one who is just building this position on the faculty because I wanted to make it somehow, and I worked for free, so they did it. However, what I wanted to say that now I'm getting the students about the science communications, because how many students we have per year at the faculty? Several hundreds, but I'm not sure if
At the faculty?
at the faculty.
I know just that the total number of students at the faculty is 5,000.
5,000. Yeah, so it might be 500 per year, probably. So 500 students. From those, 10 to 12 every year come to my project, science communication, and one go to the either very special project, one class of the class of this, and nobody did it already. But one is now it's on the good way. However, and those students made it work for us, and they help us now. So I switch that. I get the students, and they can work for free as I did. I'm super fine with not paying them because they do it for the grades, for the fame. They help the faculty, and I think they teach a lot from that for their lives. So now we are making growing and growing. We got one student for the zoology department, one for the plant ecology as well. Yeah, we have a very good classes, good boys at the plant experimental group. So it's very slowly changing, but somehow we are getting there. But there is still no way how to evaluate or get the some points to the researchers for their science communications, because nobody cares, of course. And for me, this was I chose that because you probably saw why. But you probably don't want to quit your job to communicate your job. But for me, the best way is I had the students. They have more time until they have the kids. They have much more time than you. And they are young and they are in the social media. We are the boomers, by the way, already. You not, you still not. He is not boomer, but we are the boomers. Yeah. I deleted my X account on Twitter because I'm boomer. So we are the blue sky. But by the way, those young students teach me how to work on Instagram and Facebook very well. On Facebook, not really, because Facebook is for us boomers. It's old-fashioned a little bit. Instagram is much better. TikTok, I will never make an account on TikTok. We don't care, and the faculty don't take an account on TikTok because we don't want to support the Chinese regime and so on. And we are not going on Twitter at all. So that's the time for Instagram, which has some potential for us, and even for the young people, because young people are very good in that. So they help me to make the reels. By the way, I am giving them credit for their reels. But there is a strong feedback on that reel. So they have to show that reel, or they have to write a paper, short paper, or Facebook post, and they have to read it in front of us. And we are a group like this, the students, and they have to face the feedback by eyes, not only by internet. And if they succeed, and if they take the feedback, make it better, then we publish it not on their socials, but also on my socials and also the faculty socials. So we are getting much more content for the faculty socials, as well as not only socials. We take these pictures and papers to the official magazine of faculty and the website and blog and so on. So we are trying to make the net how to make it better. And there is a difference. This maybe will sound a little bit selfish, but I have to be a little bit selfish. But in Antarctica, we were there like two guys from the Charles University in Prague on our own with the Argentina army. Yeah? They paid something, they helped us. And there is 12 people on Masaryk University on the Mendel station. Right now, they are still there. Poor guys. But okay, they are still there, and they are making a fucking good research. They have super great results. They are publishing very, very nice and exciting research. They are doing very well. But on the socials, they published 4 posts for all the time. They have a Starlink connection, so they have even better connection than I had with the army. They posted 4 times on the socials, and they got 5 likes per post. From those, 1 was mine. So that's a problem, because they have much more interesting research than we did, to be honest. We didn't come there for the research this time, because Kate, my schoolmate, came to Antarctica 4 times to make great research, but nobody cares about her research. And the research is perfect, but who cares? It's one girl. So I came with her for the 5th time, and we are making everything to people make interested in the research of the previous journeys. And those guys got, okay, they got 30, 40 likes or interactions on the socials. We got 2 million in the same period. And there's a difference. Yes?
So, I mean, it sounds like you're arguing for separating, you know, the people who do the science versus the people who do the communication, which I think
Yes.
if the resources are available, it makes sense.
No.
But for a lot of people who work for smaller institutions,
Yeah.
where there isn't the will and maybe also there isn't the money to hire communicators, then maybe they're forced to do the communication themselves. So I'm not really surprised if they get 5 likes if they're just, you know, 3 like scientists publishing about
Yeah.
their papers or something. And also, I think it's quite different to communicate about, you know, an epic expedition through the jungle versus communicate about like how there's a 10% increase in carbon when you whatever, you know. So I guess like, in a way, if it's scientists themselves doing the communication, I guess I don't find it so surprising that the material is quite different. And I wonder like how it would work to, an example of someone, you know, or how it could work out to be like really focused on the science but also able to communicate
Yeah.
at the same time.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the problem. It's a smaller institution. There is definitely no money and no room and no space for communication. But have in mind this girl. She's talking about the mathematics. No, don't do it in bra. Yeah, that's not the point. But she's talking about the mathematics. It's much more boring than your topic for sure, because you are sitting here, so you're not a mathematician. But she definitely doesn't have money. She definitely doesn't have a space, and made so many views and popularity on that. And the point, well, at our department, at our faculty, there is a girl who is making a very good science, a PhD. I'm not sure if she's on our university or the second, because there are 2 chemists at university in Prague, but doesn't matter at all. She's making her PhD, and she makes very short videos about the chemistry on Instagram and YouTube, on the shorts, YouTube shorts. And she's using just mobile phone. She writes a screenplay for that reel in 5 minutes during the snack, or when having the lunch. She gets the idea, she writes a screenplay, and in about an hour and half an hour, she makes the movie from that cell phone. She edited on the cell phone because it's pretty easy today. Voila, and she has I'm not sure how many, but she got so many attention from the public as all the institutions together. Olinium, the girl in Czech. So, and she's super popular. And for me, it's a little bit boring because she's just talking, but it's nice. But it has a very nice story. She knows what she's talking about. She gets some research before usually, but what I see, she didn't spend too much money with, not time with preparation, and definitely not zero time with the post-process. Yeah, she did it. And it's a question of several minutes per day for her. But she's talented in that, let's say, to be fair. Yeah, she's very talented and she knows how to do it. I don't know where she learned it, but if you watch her or the similar reels from your field, you can get the inspiration and you can make it better. So it's possible to do it by yourself and very well and with very good views. The important stuff is to resist the first 1-2 years until it starts to grow. My friend started his YouTube when he was 50 years old. Now he is 55, and first 3 years there was 100 views per video. But he did it. Every week he did a video, and he was talking about interesting people all over the world. Now he has 45,000 subscribers on YouTube, and he gets completely full salary just from YouTube. and from the crowdfundings. Yeah.
The whole thing about communication is interaction between the
Yeah.
communicator and the audience. And then in that case, the scientists are driven by the interest of the audience. So is there a trap that maybe we will start to work on interesting things rather than important things?
Yeah, exactly.
How to find the balance between this?
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem, and the only solution I know is using the Trojan horse. That's the thing you saw several times today. All these whales, all these penguins and sea lions in Antarctica movie, they are just attraction anchors. They are because the Trojan horse is the research about the diatoms. Yeah, and we usually have to show something interesting, nice, sexist, racist, incorrect, or something like that to grab the attention, and then we can use to show the important stuff, which is important for us. It can be whatever you imagine, but that's how we do it. I am not sure if this is a proper solution, but it works.
Like a teaser or something.
Yeah, and like a penis story from the Ecuador, you say some bullshit, but you get a direction, and then you can say the important stuff. Yeah. I really appreciate if someone uses it against me and he grabs my attention and I see, oh, that was a bullshit, but he got me interested in this topic. I was 5 minutes ago absolutely not aware of that. So that's what I love. And that's happened not every day, but it can. Yeah, yeah, you are first.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, what transversal skills do you think that is more effective for scientific communication? So you saw us like you are like an artist with camera,
Yeah.
video filming, but also public speaking, writing in style. So how, I mean, like at the end, it's like a lot of transversal skills that you need to manage. And,
Yeah.
and at the end, it's like very difficult to
Yeah.
invest time to be
Yeah.
good at these skills, but also all the scientific background and scientific skills. So how you can, like, what is, I don't know, like if you need to choose.
Well, people say that you have to choose, usually. They are saying me, since I was born, that I have to choose. And the only thing I choose to skip was playing in the band, because I was playing really bad. I know that. But since I was 15, I was not sure if I want to make a science or the photography, because I was still split it somehow. And at the university level, I found that I can combine and make a story together. But yeah, what you saw here needs a lot of skill, a lot of practice, everyday practice, and a lot of reading and a lot of everything. So it's full-time job to keep the skills actual. So it's not easy to achieve that. However, we are living in the time which is absolutely perfect for communication of science, because everything is much easier than 10 years ago, 20 years ago. 20 years ago it was prehistory, and you had to be really professional just in one field, because you cannot keep all these skills in one brain. Now it's easy because all these mechanisms work so well and so automatically, so you don't have to care about nothing, just the story. And the story is the most important stuff. So you can completely forget any skills of video making, of anything. Just focus on the story and use the way you like. So it can be the vertical, I hate bullshit vertical videos, but it can be, because it's the best option. It can be the video from the cell phone. Cell phone for $100 can make everything. You saw that girl making the bikini reels. It's a bullshit content. It's one cell phone. Maybe she's changing the case, but that's it. So if you have the audience, if you have the story, it doesn't matter if you have a just cell phone and nothing else. And there are many people making super great careers of communication, not only science, but anything. And there is a guy who is communicating the Latvia. He is talking about Latvia. He's living in Latvia. He has the cell phone. He has zero skills. He has a very bad English, which is making him very interesting, because he speaks like a Latvian. And I love his reels. And I want to go to Latvia because of him. because it's so fun and so crazy and so nice that I love it. And he has just cell phone and no talent. He has talent. He has talent to grab my attention and to make a joke about Latvia. And I have never been to Latvia, and I like the jokes about Latvia. So you can make me absolutely wondering about the fossils of the mosquitoes, which is bullshit again. But if you study something which is completely strange, you can make the world interested in that. We have just left the cell phone these days. Have a look on Honza Martinek, Muminek, our friend working with the plants. He has much more followers on Instagram than I do, and he is posting only the pictures from the microscope from his research. But they are nice. Yeah. And he invests 5 minutes a month for his Instagram, while I invest much more, obviously. So I think we are living in the era everyone can do it, if you have the story. Yes.
And is there a chance that the audience will maybe become spoiled with all this content? Maybe they
Has to be.
Overfed.
It has to be spoiled, and it has to be. Yes, they know, but it doesn't matter. If I open the Instagram account of that girl, I already know what I will see. I don't know the color of the bikini, but I know what I will see. And it's important to say that this is the key. You have about 3 seconds, they say. You have about 3 seconds of the attention, and this is the maximum. I would say it's much less than 3 seconds. It might be 1. Just have a go to the public transport and have a look on the young people with the phones. I'm mad from that. I would die. They act like monkeys. So you have to spoil everything in first seconds. The era when you build a movie, it's gradation. You can make an interaction, and then you have the ex machina and the super ending. This era is just in the cinematography when the people go to the cinema. But all the people going to the cinema nowadays already know how the story will end usually, because everything is spoiled. And if the people of this era are not spoiled, and if they don't know everything in the first 3 seconds, then don't go to your film to the cinema.
Okay, but sorry to continue. It's also important not just to show our results to the public, but
Yeah.
also to try to, let's say, make a community of people who
Yeah.
will be maybe willing to be involved in the actions. And maybe if they're overspoiled or fed with the content.
They are, but you don't care. You don't care about this. You cannot be this. Dalai Lama told that you should never care about the things you can influence. And that's true. They are already. They are spoiled, they are overwhelmed with all this content, but they're still consuming. So, and glory is limitless. So just do it, and something will happen. And if not, do it again. You are a researcher, so do it again. And once it might happen. Yeah, that's it. That's it. I hope that you are not so too much frustrated from that. Yeah, but we are living in the gold times of that, and it's pretty easy to and it's bad, by the way, at the same time, because as you said, the point is that the most of the fame, glory, and views are coming to the interesting content, not the important content. So you saw all of you during the COVID. During all this crazy bullshit guys with the IQ less than 20 who had millions of views telling you that COVID is nothing, it's just, you don't have to go for vaccination because it's a poison, and so on and so on. And those people were much more louder than all the scientific community together. So the scientists lost this battle, definitely, during the COVID. And I don't know why. I'm definitely not expert on that, but we lost, for sure. Yeah, have a look on how many people are now anti-vaccinators. All of you know how the vaccination works, but they don't know. So we failed in explaining all this stuff to the neighbors, to everyone. Yeah, you have to go and explain everyone by one, to tell what's safe, what's not safe, what we know, what is just hypothesis, and so on. But those stupid influencers come, they think they know the truth. Usually they think they are right. they say it with the emotions. They got the attention and people trust them. But that's the reality of the era we are living. Yeah. I think we will die altogether because of that, but it can be later. Yeah. It's lunchtime. Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, so if you want, see you on the workshop later. And let's go for lunch.
Oh, hello, hi. Can everyone hear me at the back? Is that fine? I can shout louder. Motus has been put on the program as like a side project. What Ivan actually said to me was, "Can you give an update?" I didn't realise it was being classed as a kind of side project. So I've added some extra slides in to maybe kind of reflect the fact that this could be like an offshoot of Working Group 3. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Lucy Mitchell. I'm from the UK, but I'm based in Belgium now. Last year at the meeting in Justani, I gave a workshop on Motus that quite a lot of you came to. To kind of give you the basics, like how it works, like maybe how much money you'll need, what kind of data you can get from the system. And so then Ivan kind of said, "Oh, do you want to just come and give a bit of an update on what's happened with the Motus network since then?" The short answer is not a massive amount. But I'll kind of give a kind of a bit of a background, I guess. For those of you that don't know what Motus is, it's automated radio telemetry. You have like static receivers, you can put them kind of wherever you like, and then tag birds. I glue deploy my tags. This is a black cap with a tag on. The tags are they're less than 0.5 gram, the ones that I use on the black caps. It is really good for tagging small things, obviously, and lots of our migratory species are tiny, and we have no data on them. We don't know where, the specific routes that they take. We don't know their stopover sites. We don't know how long it takes them to get from A to B to C. The idea is that you can kind of have a European scale. We could have a European scale network of Motus receivers at some point, and maybe help us to kind of fulfill some of our Working Group 3 goals. I think this is for me personally, I think Motus is a really good conservation tool. We know where we've got big stopover sites, we can put receivers, and then maybe, kind of expand outwards from those sites, to maybe identify lesser known stopover sites, sites of better quality, sites of, that host multiple species. This could feed into our like multi-species action plan as well. Tiny little bit of self-promotion. There's a paper coming out in Conservation Biology super soon about the kind of strategic aspect of Motus. I wrote it with many co-authors that use Motus across Europe. For all of the reasons that we all know, that we don't have any data, and that we need collaboration across Europe, across all of the flyways that crisscross all over the continent. Motus isn't going to answer all of our questions, but it is going to, I think it can help us answer quite a lot of questions. And this is the European network compared to the American network. It started in Canada. I don't have to point out the differences. We've got a really long way to go before we kind of get to this level of coverage. But the system works very differently in Canada and North America. It's like, they have lots of money, and they're one single, Canada and US, two countries. We are many, many countries, and it's very difficult to do that. But they are getting some incredible data, not just from passerines, but from waders. They've started to put their first receivers into South America. We're getting recoveries all the way down into Paraguay, Uruguay, loads in Venezuela, stopover sites. And I know we use a lot of geolocators, and geolocators are amazing, and they're really tiny, so they fulfill some of the needs that we have for tracking these small migratory species. But we don't need to get the tags back, Motus tags back, to get the data, to get these tracks. Some of these birds will die in Brazil and anywhere in South America. Obviously lots of our migratory birds will go to Africa and not come back again. So this is kind of Motus might be a really good way to kind of pick up on some of these kind of unsuccessful phenotypes, these, you know, more information about juvenile birds that maybe don't ever come back, that we would be relying on getting geolocator data from. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip past this, but basically the paper kind of goes through all of these demographic aspects. There's some examples of like how the North American network has answered various questions to kind of show you what might be possible. This is quite a nice infographic that's in the paper that kind of shows the, I guess, the structure, the form of the receivers, and I guess kind of in my head what we need to think about. You know, which species will this really work for? Where do we need to put the receivers to get the data that we need from those species? And this is just to kind of help you think about it. Blah, blah, blah. Last bit. In terms of developments in Europe, yeah, not a massive amount. You can see it's really clustered in Northern Europe. So Netherlands, they've got 55 receivers. Germany, I think, have got 61. They have just started a project with some bird observatories in Norway. These are some of the tracks already. They haven't even tagged that many birds, but we're getting loads of data. Yeah, there's some new stations going up in the UK. I spotted earlier that there's one station in Spain, and it's very specifically for a DuPont's LARC project. It's a LIFE project to do with habitat connectivity. But there are no receivers further south than like the middle of France, basically. So there's lots of empty space. And so in theory, we could put receivers anywhere. And there's a lot of opportunity, but it's a really big challenge. But I kind of, yeah, I don't know, I want to kind of maybe, I don't know, get people's thoughts on where we could put them. You know, the plan is to apply for a specific cost action grant for Motus, kind of following on from this one, or, you know, maybe in parallel. We would like to apply for a specific cost action grant to kind of get people together to talk about Motus. There's also going to be an EOU symposium. So EOU is in Wales in August, and myself and Timo Carwinkle from Oldenburg University are hosting a symposium, and Ivan is going to give a talk at that. Anne Hegeman from Lund as well is going to give a talk. Yeah, that's it, I guess. I have nothing else. But yeah, let's talk about what we should do with Motus and where we can put stations and stuff.
We have time for a couple of questions. If you have questions, go for it.
Just a consideration. I mean, it would be ideal to base, let's say, a horizon proposal on this, because I mean that's what they did with bats. Apparently, I was checking now.
Yeah.
So that
Yeah.
should be a goal, maybe focusing on biodiversity monitoring.
Interesting.
Kind of space.
Yeah. It is, because it is that kind of level of project, isn't it? It's that kind of money that we're talking about.
That's
To
the only way to get to
yeah, Horizon
getting
one.
partners involved in all the strategic areas.
Yeah.
That would really work.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, that's a really good thought. Okay, thank you.
I don't know whether anybody is thinking about that, but when I saw the one bat project, that's a scale, and
Yeah,
of course
yeah.
that project was about spread of disease through bats, so it's a different story. But we can focus really on a flyway identification.
Yeah.
of birds.
Yeah, okay.
That's the only way to get this
Yeah.
done in Italy.
Yeah. Across Europe. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Think about
Yeah. We can do that, can't we?
We can
We can do that. Yeah. Okay. We done.
Anyone else? Okay, we can move to
Yeah,
Barnes follows
the
then.
Barnes, yeah. Oh,
We have
Susan and Diego are leading the project on Barnesville. So the idea is to compile all of the
power.
data, tracking
Oh.
data
Have you
that
got
we
an
got from
HDMI
Barnesville
out?
as one of the most frequently
Yes.
tracked species with
you?
geolockators. So they
Oh,
have
yes.
initiated this site working during the
The
last
smaller
meeting.
ones don't have it on there, so you have to use an
Here how
adapter.
how it's going and what are the future steps once we solve
Here.
some of the technical limitations here.
There you go.
Good. Floor is yours.
Okay. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm a second-year PhD student at the University of Milan, and this is the main project of my PhD, the barn swallow, one of the side projects of the Euflynet. So, as you all know, the barn swallow is a long-distance migrant, and it's quite a charismatic species. So that's why it's one of the reasons why it has been tracked all over the world. Also, the fact that it has a global distribution helps. And in total, there are 6 subspecies of barn swallows. So actually, this project started last year in Poland, and where we were able to connect to scientists that had also done some research on barn swallows. And the Euflynet cost action has supported me throughout the last year as well. I got a grant to go to Southampton in September, and where I could present this project. And then I also got a short-term stay mission grant to stay at the Fokelwarte, where I did part of my analysis that I'm going to show you. Okay, one of the main objectives of this project is to conduct a global analysis of migration patterns for the species that has a global distribution. So a lot of papers have been published on barn swallow migration, but they've always focused on single populations. And we want to give a more global perspective. So we want to bridge this gap between different populations. And also we want to analyze how ecological barriers affect variability of migration traits within the population and across different populations. This is an overall project timeline, but I mean, it can change. But yeah, the project started last spring and hopefully gonna finish maybe next summer. So we have many collaborators from all over the world, kind of like the same distribution as the barn swallow. And in total, our collaborators are from 15 different countries. And this is a map of the sample size that we have, so the number of tracked barn swallows. And as you can see, most of the tracks are from barn swallows in Europe. But we have tracks from North America, South America, and Asia. And in total, we have tracks from nearly 300 individuals, maybe more. This is a preview of the analyzed geolocator tracks that we have so far. So already, what I mean by analyze is that we still have some light data that has not been analyzed yet. And I've started analyzing it. So then we will have even more tracks to add to this map. And again, you can see that most tracks are in Europe. Yeah, there's at least 40 birds with only light data. So still have to reconstruct the migratory paths of these 40 birds. But yeah, maybe more. So sometime we might have some extra collaborators joining in later on. And yeah, now I want to show you, okay, I don't know if any of you have analyzed light data or which libraries in R have you used for that? We decided to use FlightR because it was the most used method for the studies that had already published migratory tracks of barn swallows. So I'm going to show you one of the first maps that Martins and I made when I was staying at Vogelwarte. And yeah, as you can see, it doesn't look great. It's a bit squiggly, and we thought, okay, there's something wrong here. So we figured out that we were having trouble identifying the right calibration time. So these are Czech swallows that we were analyzing, and they seem to, you can clearly see the shading effect when they're in the barn during the breeding season. And for example, Italian swallows, they will stay around the barn just before migrating. So you'd have maybe a week or two where that's the perfect calibration time. But yeah, in this case, it just started migrating right away. And so we weren't sure which calibration time to select. So there's this function in FlightR where you can select the wintering period for calibration. And for us, it actually worked quite fine because this is how the calibration slopes looked like at the beginning when we were just trying to select a few days where the shading effect was not that bad at the breeding site. And then this is how they look like when we selected the wintering period. And you can see that also the final map gets better. So this is how it was at the start, and this is how it improved. And so yeah, I would love to know if you had similar problems with calibration, or if you've used this calibration at the wintering site. So I'd love to chat about that. And yeah, so our final objective then is to obtain a data set for auto-migration, post-breeding migration, or pre-breeding migration for all populations and individuals. And okay, but what do we actually want to do with this global data set? Well, we have different ideas, and I would love to discuss with you actually what kind of analysis we could do. I think this is the perfect opportunity for that. So we were thinking that we could compare different migration patterns, and that's something that's been done, for example, this paper by Meyer et al. In 2022 with wheat years. And for example, they looked at arrival date to the wintering site and how that depends on the latitude of the breeding population. Or we could focus on ecological barrier crossing. And yeah, for example, this paper by Pancharazza et al. In 2022 with Italian and Swiss barn swallows. Basically, they saw this difference in migration straightness between autumn migration and spring migration, and they suggested that could be because of changing wind conditions. And so yeah, that's one of the ideas that we have. Like, we could just look at different migration strategies and how do wind conditions affect, for example, the migration straightness, or just the detours that swallows make during migration. And also this pre-breeding versus post-breeding, if we can notice this effect in, across other flyways as well. And also, it's just, we're just interested, since there's a huge variation in migration distance across populations, we would like to see how that affects the annual cycle and the timing of the different phases during the annual cycle. And another thing we would like to focus on, and I would love your input on this, is how could we incorporate conservation as well? So that's one of the main aspects of Euflynet, conservation of migrant landbirds. And so we were thinking that we can't really look at stopovers because of the large error that we get with geolocators. but we could identify key migration areas. And that could be important for conservation of different barn swallow populations. However, we think that this could only be possible with populations breeding in Europe, because we don't have enough data, the other continents. And we were also thinking maybe of migratory connectivity. Anyway, we have lots of ideas, and yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing your opinion. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. So again, if there is any question, go for it.
I wanted to show this. Yes.
Is there any indication that there could be migratory connectivity? I'm trying to see from this map, for instance. You know, when I do a lot of field work in Southern Africa, I do see large flocks of swallows together and in different seasons as well. I'm not sure, but are there any breeding populations that are austral migrants as well from South Africa, or is it?
No. No. Yeah.
But I mean, you can see that in is that Argentina or Uruguay?
Argentina, close to Buenos Aires.
Everything's going to one place.
No, they're actually breeding there.
Oh, that is a breeding population.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah. So that's where they've been tagged. Yeah. That's it. I think maybe from certain resources, bird or down there, bird lasser, which is what the South Africans use.
Okay.
You might find certain sites where there are large numbers of swallows, and you'll be able to see the time of year that they show up there as well.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely integrating different data types as well. That would be interesting. Yep.
Do you have any indication that the birds, at least from the northern population of Europe, are preparing somewhere in a broader area for the crossing?
Preparing?
Meaning that they stop over for more than some days. There are some species.
So we cannot talk about stopover with Juluk here. No.
Do you have any indication that they do? Okay, yeah, that's true. We cannot. But not even broader areas that they might stay over, for example, in the Balkans or no.
No.
Yeah, that's
It's less than a month. I mean, should be more than a month. I mean, you can guess.
Yeah, sure.
Just one more question.
Yeah.
On that map, were you showing routes, both migration periods, both spring and autumn?
In this map? Yeah. It's just more, it was for the presentation. I just wanted to show the global data set. So
for instance, the ones that have been ringed in, what is that, Lithuania? Those, so presumably they fly direct south in autumn and then they come up on the eastern side of the Red Sea and through Arabia.
Exactly. So I think that's interesting to look at how.
Unusual. That's a pattern that's been seen in a number of species. That migrate from at least along that flyway.
Yeah, and also I think it's quite interesting the tracks in China, and there's a huge diversity there as well. So some have really short migrations and tropical, like they just say in the tropical area, and then, and the Japanese instead, they don't really migrate in the end, have really short migrations if they do. Okay.
Thanks a lot. So let's move to another side project which is focused.
Yeah, hello everyone. Yeah, it's, as you see, I'm not the main initiator of this project, and last year in Yastania we had this meeting within the working group 3 where actually even initiated this discussion maybe about pulling together the ringing data sets. Then I happily joined that. You know, Ivan couldn't be here. Wojtek is busy with other things, so I'm the third on the list to pick up on presenting. That's supported by Stephen, and Jennifer will also be supporting us remotely. And what we have been doing as a group, like, let's call it the initiative group. We've been like meeting online and sort of working and discussing the idea of how could we facilitate joining the existing ringing database, because there is plenty of data. We know that there are nice methods like geolocator tracking or motors or GPS loggers and any other stuff, but there is one long-term traditional method with 125 years of tradition, which is bird ringing, which has generated enormous data sets from all over Europe, Africa, and or most other continents. And it would be fantastic to put this data together and try to squeeze out an added value. Like, instead of using a single data set, try to show something on a flyway scale. And this ringing data has already been used for many applications to learn about the breeding ecology of birds, about their population trends, about the migration routes, and many other processes in migrant birds. But many of such studies were using the ringing data collected at one site for a specific project or one long-term site. Majority of the studies deals with that. Fortunately, there are also many good examples of studies based on ringing databases pulled together for different locations. And we know that there are networks of stations that work in the same system, and they've already produced nice results of those combined data sets. There are some projects like MetNowRate ILMITS project that combines data of the 3 stations, then the Italian Little Islands project, then the Alps project, then our Operation Baltic project, which is 3 stations. So there have been networks like that, but there has not been one single study that would pull together the data from all those networks and supported it with other, maybe more scattered or shorter term data sets. There have been also some other initiatives, like people, like for the sake of their certain projects or interested in certain bird species, would go around and contact those different people in charge of those different data sets when we're able then to get the data sets and analyze them. But those efforts have rather been limited to a certain project. And then every time there is a new project, another person has to go around and repeat the same exercise, like arranging, getting data sets with all the data owners. And recently, Stephen and Jennifer have been able to use the URing datasets. They asked ringing centers across Europe to provide the ringing datasets in the URing formats, and the data has been collated in one huge database from all those countries that did submit the basic ringing data, and there are already interesting outputs, and those outputs we will see tomorrow. During tomorrow's sessions, there will be short presentation from Jennifer on her results. But for now, I just wanted to introduce you to the idea that we sort of develop, and we would like to encourage people who do have ringing data to join that. There is a couple of examples. I'll just show 2-3 examples of wonderful studies that have been done using data sets, ringing data sets pulled from different locations, like, for example, this study where long-term data on birds, on migrants, on 8 migrants species breeding in Denmark and collected by the Danish Ringing Center have been put together to sort of analyze survival rates, the survival rates of males and females, and then link it with the ringing dates and then migration patterns. Basically, this was capture, mark, recapture data, which needed specific protocol of data collection, like having data not only on the first capture, but also the recaptures. But since Denmark had many sites of this kind, they collated the data and then produced such an output. And this kind of output could be produced on a much larger than just one country scale, if many more databases were put together. And this is another good example, and I see Michaela smiling because she's co-author of this wonderful example of collaboration. Again, some time ago, there has been Southeast European Bird Migration Network, which has been created by Professor Busse, initiator of the Operation Baltic. Our team, or I later took over, and sort of there has been this wonderful data set created for a network of stations along the Eastern Flyway. And this data is sitting in the databases and on the shelves. But fortunately, there have been a couple of students, and this collaboration of our Polish team with Michaela, with the team from Ukraine, allowed to analyze this data. And this is one of the papers of recently defended PhD thesis by Kasia Stępniewska, who compared simple thing, like FET scores of sedge warbler and reed warbler along the southeastern flyway using the data collected with the same or similar protocols at those stations along this flyway. And it turned out to a super interesting results. So this is to show you something that should be actually obvious in this group, that there is an added value in pulling data together. So we think that this Euflynet project is an ideal opportunity to encourage people who do possess ringing data sets to sort of collate them together for their common good, like for getting this added value and allowing to analyze them as a whole along the whole flyways and between the continents. And there is a lot of things that you can do with such data sets. For example, it could help to identify key breeding, stopover, and then final destination places for migrants. It could help to describe population fluctuations also between the sites and compare between the sites. Then it should allow to map stopover site qualities during time and in a long-term scale or during the shorter time scales, describe phenological changes in migrants' life stages, and many other things. And we also know that it's not only the ringing data that is being collected while ringing. So it's only putting a ring and waiting for the recovery. It's also the capture-recapture data, if it's noted. But there is also measurements that are being taken, from simple ones like just weighing the bird, so taking the body mass. And then most people also measure wing length in some standardized way. And then there are also some other FET score protocols, and then other protocols or other measurements may be more specific for the stations. But there is at least a couple of biometric measurements that are common for most of the ringing efforts, and again, could be put together. And then the aim of this sub-project would be to collate this ringing data, produce some outputs, and then compare those outputs with those which could be obtained from other data sources, like based on observation, for example, from Eurobird portal or other databases. So now, what are the aims of this project as we define them in this group of initiators? And then I want to emphasize that it's only a draft of the proposal. We are very open to suggestions, and this is just to present you what we developed so far, and we are open to any discussion, changes, amendments, anything. So we feel that the main aim of this project should be to integrate existing ringing databases from the sites across Europe, Africa, and hopefully other continents as well, once we've got one platform and one sort of design of the database that would allow that. And this should then enable to analyze the data as a whole, and considering the location and timescale of the data. And this should enable mapping the parameters that we want to analyze, like the body masses or the wing lengths or the fat scores or the duration of stopover or whatever we want to derive and can derive from such databases. And then the next step would be to summarize this output and make them available in some user-friendly way, because we are scientists, but we also should inform public and we should inform decision makers about the results of our science. So the idea would be at the end or through the process to make some kind of summaries that would make the outputs of this data available to the decision makers and to conservationists. So this will be the broad aims, which probably will not all be able to achieve within the duration of this Euflynet project. But let's dream big, and now let's try to do it in small steps. So we need to do something for the start, to show that this would work. So the ideal situation would be to have maybe a smaller database from those location sites that have already collated the data, and then analyze the data considering certain aspects of the migrants' life stages, and present this data as a sort of proof of the concept example, showing that this could work. And in the process, we could sort of develop the structure and the platform for the database, then to make it open to absorbing other data sets. So this long-term aims would be to provide and to investigate a possibility of creating some way to combine databases, both the old ones, say from projects that have been conducted some years ago, but the data sets are available, and also supplemented with new data sets that are generated in the following years. And this would be nice then to have this database and then to create some kind of tools that would prepare some easy but digestible summaries in forms of graphs showing the population trends or figures showing the body masses along the flyway or something like that. And this would be the output that could be presented to the public. So there is a lots of various research topics that one could target with such a database. And this is just a couple of examples that we sort of discussed within the group. We are open for suggestions. So, for example, with a long-term data set collected by ringing from different locations, we could study changes in phenology of migrants at different stages of their life, both breeding, say, departure for migration, and then phenology of migration, like southward migration and northwards migration. And those changes are not uniform across species, and they are not uniform even for different populations of each species, so we could examine that. And then this information could be updated over time as more data come. And having known what the changes are, we could then look for the drivers of those changes, like in terms of some climate factors or other ecological conditions that are responsible for those changes. Now, other part of topics that could be targeted would be stopover ecology and physiology. There is the whole field of topics or aspects that you could study in terms of migrant stopover, like the rate of the fueling, fattening at certain site. And it would be possible with simple things like just having the bird's weight and then the wing length that would allow to correct it for the body size. Then it would be quite easy to derive sort of index of a condition of a migrant and then compare it for the same species between stopover sites. That way, you could sort of evaluate the stopover sites and find out which stopover site is really necessary and really good for the birds, which is like emergency stopover site or something like that. At least we could compare the patterns across the flyway, as it was done in this nice study by Kasia, Michela, and a couple of other people from the CA network for the two acrocephalus warblers. Then things like population structure, like while ringing the birds, you age them, you sex them, if possible. So then any studies of population structure could be done. Also breeding productivity, recruitment, and I see the whole list of possible other topics, and this is for you to sleep over with and come out tomorrow with some ideas. The important thing would be the terms of the database use, because we know that people have collected their ringing data for many years, and some people don't mind like letting it somebody to use, but some other people would be quite possessive because it's their work, their effort, and they would like to present it themselves. So our idea is to have very clear sort of ownership agreement and develop such terms of use of the data. It will not be the public use. It will be used by the owner, but also by allowing to be used for certain projects, like to the database manager. And then our idea is that probably the best solution would be that such database is hosted by URing, because then URing has been hosting ringing databases so far, and this would probably ensure the duration of this project beyond just our Euflynet project and create some long-term platform. So here is just a list of our suggestions for the terms of the use. We can discuss it tomorrow. So again, like bear it in mind and sleep with that. And then what kind of data are we looking for? Like sort of any kind of data sets that have been collected in sort of regular monitoring manner. They might have the capture-recapture data, but it's not necessary. And the body masses and the wing lengths would be most welcome, but again, they are not necessary for all the output that we envisage. And what do we offer? In brief, collaboration, data curation, and the visualization of the data, again, to be discussed tomorrow. And then everyone is most welcome to join and contribute the data. And and I hope that you can take this message home or to your hotels, or wherever you stay, sleep with that, and then tomorrow we can discuss how to do it.
We've been doing, we have a database with 16.5 million records, so we'll obviously be seeking, those were generated through ringing schemes, we'll obviously be seeking confirmation that we can continue to use those for this new project, but I'm hopeful that we will get that agreement, so that's a good starting point.
Fantastic, thank you very much.
And if there is a bit of time tomorrow, then we will have a presentation from Jennifer, which will show what actually has been done with this huge data set from URing.
So if there is any one question, you can otherwise we will proceed to next side project. That's right, already. So there is the fresh side project, and we're happy to introduce it here, or actually in more detail. Focused on peripherals. We're happy to have you here in person.
Hello everyone. For all I haven't met yet, I'm Petra Summerskutner. I was a little bit caught off guard, to be honest, because I thought we are having a discussion first on the project and decide on the questions we want to tackle together, and then there will be a presentation. So I put that together rather last minute, but never mind. I hope I can spark your interest there. The idea with the side project really came out of a short-term scientific mission, actually, and thank you very much for supporting that to Euflynet. My student, Sarah Gutenberger, had the opportunity to go to Portugal to tag kestrels for that course already, and now we want to expand on a network to really have kestrels tagged across Europe to understand their migration mainly, but it comes with limitations, and that's also what I want to talk here about, because I don't want to create an expectation that can't be met by the technology that is behind. Everybody working on birds, I think, is very aware of the weight limitations that we have when we tag. There is a good reason why we have a lot of raptors tagged and a lot of seabirds as well. And when it comes down to the smaller ones, lots of studies are just linked to the geolocation, geolocators. We already saw a presentation on that as well. And now we are tackling, for example, the kestrels. And the weight limitation there is about 3 grams. And that comes with limitations. And there has been a new network now used for that, and that's the Sigfox network. Oh my God, didn't realize that that's a tongue twister there. And what you see on that map here is the coverage of these antennas currently across Europe. So this is a proprietary system. And it is linked often to big companies. I'm just saying random names now, and I'm actually not 100% sure how much they're using it, but like McDonald's, Starbucks, and so on, lots that is in the city. They are using Sigfox for their communication, and you can tune into these antennas, basically. What that means is that we have very high coverage in cities and very low coverage in the countryside. Sigfox is also a signal that transfers over very large distances, but it comes with inaccuracy in the data. Large distances, meaning really easily 60, 80 kilometers for a signal is not a problem, but it also comes with inaccuracy in terms of how well the location can be determined. Here's a picture of the tags. It's about 3 grams, as I said, and it has all kind of different sensors in it. So they were developed by the Max Planck Institute in Germany, and sensors that are also included is very important for the questions that I'm interested in, the accelerometer ones, so the ACC ones. We also have a pressure sensor so that we understand flight altitudes, for example, and the temperature sensor, which is the temperature that the bird experiences, which is always this combination between the body temperature and the ambient temperature, because it's on the tag. It's the tag temperature that we are talking about. We are very interested in the recruitment specifically of young kestrels because not much is known about them. We know that mortality is high. I mean, everybody who has been ringing these birds knows that there's a very high dropout in the first year, but it's really hard to determine on what scales these birds are just disappearing in the first year of life. We also have very limited knowledge about the turnover in different areas and so on. So even with the long ringing databases that are already existing, there are limitations. And with the telemetry, of course, we hope to tick a couple of boxes there and fill some of these research gaps, the knowledge gaps that we have. Why I'm mentioning now so excessively that we are interested in the young ones is because we want to tag them on the nest. And to do that safely, at least in my opinion, really the leg loop is the way to go, not so much the backpack. And that's why I brought you these images here, because these are leg loops on the kestrels. So they are sitting very high. One of the things that is very often criticized when it comes down to leg loops is that they are sitting lower on the body and they might even interfere with their gland or might be in the way then with the antenna for copulating and so on. And here these images are just showing you how high these leg loops are still sitting up the back, which means they are not interfering with the gland, and also the antenna didn't cause any issues as far as we have seen, and we have been observing them excessively with any of the natural behaviors. The safety with the leg loop is that it doesn't go over the breast muscle. It doesn't change basically on how tight it is sitting, which is something that is just a safety measure, especially when you want to tackle them on the nest. And that's what we want to do. So I am looking at the moment for collaborators who are working on kestrels in Europe, in areas with the Sigfox coverage, so the map that I showed you before, and have maybe access even to nest box populations. Nest box population for the reason about safety again, because when you climb a kestrel nest, they are prone to jump after a certain age, and the later you can get their hands on them, the safer these leg looping methods will be as well. And the nest box you can approach from the front, and they are going in the back, and then you can easily and safely do that. I'm working in the city of Vienna. I come from behind to the nest, so there is a very steep drop-off, and then there is asphalt, so I have to be very cautious in what I'm doing with these birds, and that's just why I'm mentioning here I'm looking for nest box populations for these reasons, or at least populations where you can come with the ladder from the front, so that they are not jumping and can't get injured. We have been tagging them now between 24 and 28 days, and we have been doing that very safely. We didn't have a single jumper, but I'm just elaborating a little bit about why leg loops are important and nest box populations probably the way to. We want to get a lot of tags on these birds. So the figure at the moment that we are planning of is 2,000 in the next couple of years, as many as possible in the first one already. And of course, with a kestrel brood, about 5-6 chicks per nest, that is something that can be achieved if we find a collaborative network to use this technology. So we'll go a little bit more into the technology now, just to create, to have the expectations matching on what can be done. We all know how GPS works, and we all, when we are going into telemetry, want to have accurate location data. And that's something that is a limitation there, the accuracy of this location data, because how Sigfox works is that you have these antennas in the landscape, and then the tag sends these messages and can be received by several antennas. So you can have only one antenna receiving the message, or maybe 5-6 antennas. In the city of Vienna, we have often 10-15 antennas receiving this message. It also includes an estimation on how strong the signal is, so how far that bird is away. But of course, if you rely on an antenna network like that, triangulation is basically the method at hand. So minimum 3 is what gives you fairly accurate location data. If you did less than that, you'll run into a bit of problems in terms of the location accuracy. But this comes with advantages as well, and that is the energy efficiency, because you don't communicate to a satellite. So the battery, there is not even a battery in it actually, and the power that is used to transmit that signal is very small. So you can really get a lot of messages with very little energy usage. They are very lightweight. I already mentioned the 3 gram. There is not a big battery in it at all. So we have a dependency on sunlight, and because kestrels are hover hunting, they are exposing their solar panel very beautifully into the sun, and actually what you want, stationary almost in the sun, to really transmit those data. So that works quite well, but it doesn't work if the kestrel is sitting somewhere in a cavity. We wouldn't get a signal then. It really needs this dependency on direct sunlight. The lightweight is what was for me really the big selling point for the network. I'm showing you now our preliminary results. They came out directly of this short-term scientific mission. So we have been tagging 17 kestrels last year in Austria and 10 with collaborators in Portugal, with Ines, Katri and Marta. I'm sorry, your last name is just not coming to my mind now. Oh my God, that is bad. Sorry for that. And so these are just the dots from the move bank, directly from the platform, on where our kestrels are currently, or where the last signal came from. So that's just the locations of the taggings, basically. And what I want to zoom in now is where they are migrating to, because that caught us really big by surprise. We were believing that our kestrels in Austria are fairly resident. I'm working in the city of Vienna, where we know that they are not present in winter, and we thought they are just moving to the countryside. That's not the case. As you can see here, they were traveling very, very far away. And that also illustrates a little bit the limitations on the Sigfox network. If I want to understand how many of the population are migratory, how many are resident, this system will answer that question. If I want to know where exactly they are migrating to, I will have a limitation. I know the direction, but then the signal will cut off depending on where the last antennas are. And the last antennas are in Europe, so as soon as they cross the ocean, basically, we will lose the signal. And then you have here quite interesting patterns, like this beautiful bird moving down here, and suddenly it looks like it's moving in a triangle. What it did in reality is that it crossed, most likely here, into North Africa, but then there is an antenna on these islands here and one over here, and it checks in with these 2 antennas, and it just jumps in between from the signal, so it looks like it has been moving in this triangle, but it didn't. All I will know is migration route down here, and up here I will not have that information anymore, what it really did. But I see in the data with how many antennas it checked in, so I can still judge how accurate my location is, and here we'll have a clear flag, very low accuracy. So I'll probably remove that from any analysis when it comes down to home range sizes or something like that. Another example here is Hungary, and I will not make any political statements. I'm not saying that the birds are not flying over Hungary at all, but it looks like they don't, right? It looks like they are avoiding Hungary. I'm very sure they just fly over here. Why wouldn't they? But there are no Sigfox antennas in Hungary. So what it means is that my signal is just checking into the west, where the closest antenna is, and it looks like these kestrels are hugging the border of Hungary. It's in reality not the case, just another illustration on how the limitations of this network are also coming into place. So I really want to manage expectations here, because I think it's absolutely great technology, very much depending on the question that we want to tackle with these birds. I'm showing you a couple of more examples here because I'm personally very interested in activity patterns of these birds and where they are hunting, and also how that relates to urbanization or to heat. And there I get quite interesting patterns already. So we are working a lot with this vector of dynamic body acceleration, a measure of activity. For that we get very good data, very solid data, but not necessarily linked to a very precise location. Always keep that in mind. But I can ground truth that quite nicely with the wing beats per time interval to understand the hover hunt, for example. And that's one of the goals as well, that we want to ground truth this data a little bit more. I can also link it to another sensor, to the temperature, so that I understand the activity profile in relation to heat. Something I personally want to tackle is the urban heat island effect in this way, to understand when this foraging and activity trade-off is actually happening, when they can't hunt anymore because it's too hot, for example. So these are things that we want to really understand with this kind of data. So now it comes, the big call for collaboration. The web page for the project should get online next week. I'm a little bit behind here. I couldn't present the web page just yet, but the team from Max Planck is working hard on it to get it all going. As I said, our goal is about 2,000 tags. They are currently sponsored by Max Planck. So it really is about finding the manpower and the people, expertise in kestrel research who are willing to put these tags up. We will be training people in the leg loop method if you are not familiar with it yet. So we will schedule a couple of training sessions. One will be in Switzerland, in Sempach, and one will be in Vienna as well. And I will communicate that as soon as I can, as soon as I have the dates for it, so people can just join in and learn the method firsthand. And then, of course, there will be an online tutorial on how it works as well, and the video and so on, so you can double check on the method. As I said, the goal is also to ground truth this activity with the vector of the dynamic body acceleration. I'm personally very interested in these urban-rural dyads to understand the hunting activity in relation to the urban gradient and this lost opportunity costs that I already mentioned with the foraging versus this heat cutoff. We do want to understand migration routes because it caught us really by surprise on how migratory they really are. And I'm also talking to people in Scandinavia, for example, now, because there we know a little bit about the flyway towards the west, but with this kind of data, we should really get a hand on that, how diverse they are and how far they are going and how many are staying. And we want to identify mortality hotspots because, of course, there is this huge issue that kestrels are declining almost all over Europe. There are some places that are safe, but in most countries we really have a steep decline and we don't really know why. So we do want to inform conservation efforts as good as we can with this kind of data. So if you're interested, join this working group. These are my contact details here as well, and just watch the space. And sorry for not having all the names of the existing collaborators on there. It was a bit short notice, and we are building it up as we speak, so you can get very early on onto this network, and I think we can achieve something great together. Thank you.
Thank you, Petra, for a comprehensive overview of this new project. It sounds really nice. I'm afraid there is not enough space for a question, but definitely I guess that people can find you, Petra,
yes,
during the meeting. So don't be afraid to talk to Petra about this project. Thank you once again, and I hope there will be some time tomorrow to talk about it. So I will ask Hendrik, when you're getting ready to describe a little bit the collision task force. That again, another side project that we wrote already during the last meeting in Poland. So for sure.
The whole plane is very well covered by them, isn't it?
It is. I think so.
If we can find some nests, it'll be.
Right, so I will talk a little bit about also a very young project that just developed, or just began its phase in October, actually last year. So I will make a little bit of advertisement for the collision task force.
the name says it all. We will look into a management tool that can actually reduce, or hopefully can support reducing conflicts, especially the risk of mortality in collisions with wind power. And so my name is Hendrik Wind. I'm a PhD student at the University. I'm looking into mortality and population dynamics, and of course looking into mortality, and especially in a case study that I follow with red kites. It's natural also that wind power is a very big topic. So that's why I kind of volunteered to try to get this group together. A little bit on the background of this group. So as I said, it was last year in October. We met in Brussels at the Wingspan meeting. It was organized by a few companies, among others. It was TB Raab. So the head of TB Raab, Rainer Raab, he's here in Tarifa. Now I think it's one of the other working groups. But he and some colleagues of him, they brought this together, a conference in Brussels, especially dedicated on collision risk with renewable energies. And during that meeting, it felt like, or a lot of people were approaching Ivan and asked for if we could kind of dedicate a smaller group to look into this, into collision risks, and kind of get establish a tool to evaluate different management tools, or to bring together all what is already known in the different EU countries to kind of reduce these risks that might be caused by wind turbines. So yeah. This is the aim. This is just all the text that you can also find in details on the webpage. So for tomorrow, what I really would like to do is to start with this, or looking into the measures that are already existing, looking what is actually promoted by different authorities in all the different countries you are representing. We will summarize these and look into it if these measurements are already evaluated, and if so, kind of try to compare these in the different countries. And this will be the second step, and actually compare all our different countries represented here, brought with this hypothesis that countries that are kind of similar in certain perspectives may also use similar methods or promote similar mitigation measures to avoid collision, actually. And so yeah, it would be interesting to hear from your side, as you as experts in the field, hopefully, what is going on in the different countries, that are covered in the cost action. And for that, yeah, so that I really don't forget this, please bring your laptops. I'm not sure, Wojtek, do you know, will we have Wi-Fi or a possibility to access the internet? Because it would kind of crucial, but
yeah, it's kind of crucial for me too, but I'm afraid that the Wi-Fi is here, but it's not working.
Okay.
So I've asked multiple times, and it seems it's really inaccessible, except for Lucy. Yeah. She's the only one.
Yeah,
she's the only one.
It's a free Wi-Fi network.
Okay, so I think we will just make the best of it. We kind of work it out and see from tomorrow on. Also, I mean, we have, of course, can kind of try to develop it in another way or meet afterwards. But for me, it's important tomorrow also to have a little brainstorming session. So I'm very curious about your ideas, especially on these hypotheses. How to compare these countries and which countries would be interesting to compare, actually. So yeah, that's what we will do most probably tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hendrik. So I think that was quick. So yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for this overview. And as you said, we are really set for tomorrow. Hopefully there will be some Wi-Fi connection or some internet that will help you. Thanks a lot. And the last side project is about, it's called Diets on the Flyway. And Brennan, as the leader of this side project, will give you some overview of what has happened and what are the goals of this side project.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Krinan. I'm a postdoc at the Swiss Ornithological Institute. And I'm going to present a project that started before Euflynet, but then has been kind of facilitated and enhanced by Euflynet. So the project is called Diets on the Flyway. Our goal is to understand basically what migratory birds are eating outside of their breeding grounds, because we know a lot about what they eat when they're breeding, but then they go into Africa and it's like a black box. So we want to understand what the arthropod and plant taxa consumed by migratory birds are, and also in relation to what is available in the environment. So the idea is to quantify diet composition and resource selection of migratory birds across the non-breeding grounds, and ultimately to try to infer spatial or temporal bottlenecks that could be affecting these populations of migratory birds. The main method we'll use is diet metabarcoding. So for mega brief overview, for those of you who don't know it, we collect poop samples in the field, which is very easy and very cheap. Then we take the samples back to the lab, and then it gets difficult and expensive. So we extract the DNA from the poop, we amplify it, and we can do this both for insects and for plants. Then we sequence it, and we try to work out what the prey items, insect and plant prey items, are inside the poop samples. We now have set up the lab in Sempark in Switzerland to do diet metabarcoding, thanks to Marta Burri, who is a magician. And if you want to discuss other metabarcoding stuff with me, I'd be happy to do that, including many limitations and complications that it does have. So these are just an example of hypotheses that we've come up with that we can address with this topic. So, for example, are migrants selecting for certain food items at specific stages of migration, like maybe prior to traveling? Do they select certain items? How do they adjust to local prey availability? And does this vary according also to migration stage? We expect that the changes in food availability in their non-breeding grounds will affect them differently according to whether they're species that go to one spot and stay, or whether they're species that kind of move around in the non-breeding grounds. And we're also interested in looking at overlap between residents and migratory species. So are migratory birds and similar resident species eating the same stuff and sharing the same resources, or is there some kind of separation? So far we have a network of sites across the non-breeding grounds. This includes both stopover sites and like wintering sites. So there's a team of us in Switzerland where this project is based. So it's myself and then Barbara Helm and several other people. And then we have a network of sites, mostly in Africa, which you can see here. And this has really been facilitated by Euflynet. And also usefully, this might be helpful information for some of you, at least in Switzerland, we have a grant that is specific for its research projects associated to cost actions, which is how we got this funded. So I think other countries might have similar structures, so that was great for us. Okay, it doesn't really matter, the timeline, it's a 3-year project. We're basically collecting poop for the next 2 years and doing analysis in the lab, and then most of the data analysis and manuscripts will be in the final year. So this January was the official start. This spring is when people are starting to collect samples, and then we'll go on from there. Target species are broadly Afro-Palearctic migrants. We have a list of species that we've set up, which are grouped into kind of rough groups. So we have warblers, nightingales, chats, shrikes, flycatchers, and wagtails and pipits. And also similar resident species, so like resident flycatchers, resident warblers, etc., that might share niche with the migratory birds. So this grouping wasn't completely random. We have some preliminary data. These are nice data from Yasmina, where Ivan and Mark work. And you can see quite clearly that there's some grouping of species, like all the Philoscopus warblers on one side, the wheatears on the other side. This is an insect diet composition. So it kind of makes sense to cluster species into groups, also to deal with the fact that we might not have big enough sample sizes at the species level, so it might make sense to group species like this. So sample collection, as I say, is very easy. You basically take the bird from the net, you put it inside a paper bag, inside the normal bird bag, and then that's it. And then the bird poops in the bag and you collect the fecal sample. It's stored in a buffer that can be kept to room temperature, which is quite useful for African sites. So the actual collection is very cheap. So we kind of encourage people, like if you're catching migratory birds in Africa or in non-breeding sites, and if I can give you tubes and you can collect poop, that's great, basically, and it won't add much effort or expense to your existing protocols. Then, for certain sites where the capacity is available, we also ask people to do some food surveys. So what is the insect and fruit resources available in the environment? And this is so that we can get some measures of resource selection. So are they eating these items just because they're abundant, or are they eating these items because they're really choosing them? This is a bit more involved for partners, so some partners will do it, some won't, and that's also fine. But for sites like Yasmina, where Ivan is, we're going to try and implement these things. Yeah, so the data generated will hopefully allow us to make comparisons between sites. So what are birds, so for example, species that are both on the eastern and the western flyways, how are they adjusting to differences in food availability? We can also compare phases of the annual cycle, like spring versus autumn migration versus wintering. Ideally, we'd like to get some conservation implications out of this. So, for example, if birds are relying on very rare or very seasonal resources, might this be causing kind of bottlenecks in food availability? And yeah, we want to be able to compare species groups, migrants versus residents, and also birds according to their movement strategies in the non-breeding grounds. Okay, I've still got a little bit of time. So I just wanted to show you roughly some examples of what the data can look like, or what the results we've had from preliminary data. So these are, on the y-axis here, we have like diversity in the diet, so the number of potential dietary species. The left panel is the Gambia. There's a ringing site in the Gambia called Kartong. And the right side is the Moroccan site. And for example, these data give us an idea of how diverse is the diet of the different species. So we can see that, for example, Acrocephalus has one of the highest diet diversities when we compare it to, say, some of the wheatear species. And then these are some examples just to kind of prove to you that it's actually, like, the data are meaningful that come out of this. So here I looked at the most common prey items we're finding in Yasmina in Morocco. And for example, the top hit is this ant species, which is the Saharan silver ant. This is across species, by the way, across bird species, the most commonly eaten prey. And this is just a screenshot of iNaturalist hits for this species. So we're picking up species that have been detected in the local area, which is always promising. The second most common item is also an ant species. And then we have an aphid, which we think might be, well, aphids we know are quite common in Yasmina, and possibly also in like some of the cultivated gardens and stuff. And this is Kartong, in the Gambia, sorry. The second most eaten item was this moth, which I think they're eating in caterpillar form, but I couldn't find a picture of the caterpillar, so that's the actual moth. And actually, there's an iNaturalist detection for Kartong itself of this species, so yay, the data aren't nonsense. So this is an example of what we can generate with diet metabarcoding. There are limitations, which I will gladly discuss with you later, but at least we can get an idea of what the prey items that the species are are eating most commonly and therefore probably most important for them. Okay, that's all. This project is, so I'm a Swiss Ornithological Institute, and it was funded by the Swiss National Science Foundation, basically thanks to the cost action. So it's a nice, it's been a nice opportunity to make this happen. Thank you. Time for like one question.
Thank you for the overview. This is very good. What you just said, like the last sentence, this sounds like very important. And there might be like national schemes or national projects that might be funded like on top of cost action. So you can check if there is anything like this in your country. Is there any question to Renan regarding this project?
In your insect identification that you're getting there, you have, for instance, at your Moroccan site, is that at a specific time of year, or do you have data that are from different seasons, different migratory periods, for instance? So I'm wondering, with something like ants coming up as the biggest here, you'd think that might be during ant flights, because a lot of those birds are not going down to the ground.
Yeah, so that's a really good point. So in Morocco specifically, they only sample in springtime. So we try to get, within the season that they work in, we try to get as broad a spread as possible, but these are just pilot data. So it could be that, we kind of captured like by random, When
you go on ant flight, then everything just feeding on ants.
Yeah. So for other sites, for example, the Gambia, they catch throughout the they catch year round actually. So we'll be able to look at seasonal variation, and that's one of the things we're quite interested in. Also like termites. I mean, I just came back now from Ivory Coast. It was the first rains, and it was like termite explosion. So I'm expecting that at certain points in the year we'll find these very seasonal resources. But I think that in itself is really interesting, because if, say, changing climate or whatever affects the seasonality of these insects, maybe that could have an effect on the non-breeding birds. Yeah.
Thanks
Okay.
so much. So before the final announcements, I would like to invite Martin, who said that he has an announcement for you.
Ooh. Aye.
We have 3-4 people or more that want to do some tracking work across Europe. So what we could apply for in the funding is some money to cover the tag costs. So you would get the tags, we would analyze the data on our site, probably in Switzerland. And I myself I'm interested maybe in annual energy budgets using accelerometer data, so from the tracking devices. So a good mixture of species that go to different places in Africa, and also short distance migrants might come into question to give kind of a good idea of how the energy expenditure of different species, depending on their migratory strategies, look like across the year. But we can discuss things. So just come to me if you have a species that you would like to track, and we can discuss.
Are you thinking about geolocators?
Could be a combination. So Peter showed this, what's it called, Sigfox network. I work together with a guy who develops GPS tags that work in the LoRaWAN network, which is basically a sister network to Sigfox. So it could be GPS tags that work with the LoRaWAN network also.
And the thing is that the range of species can be, depending on the tag.
Yeah, I think it a little bit depends on who will come to me, what kind of species are there. Just based at this stage, I would like to say that you show interest, and then we can see how we can develop this. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks a lot, Martin. So that sounds like a good opportunity for you if you are looking for collaboration, if you are thinking about the species that might be tracked. So for the final announcements, first of all, I want to apologize for the confusions. 50 sessions. I'm really sorry. I thought that we will have multiple rooms, but as you see, we're in just one room, and I would like to apologize especially to presenters for like the super short notice change to what they were about to present. Regarding tomorrow, I would like to kindly ask you if you are willing to contribute to working group 3, which will be the research gap analysis. Please bring your computers, and even though there is a Wi-Fi, if you have noticed already, it's impossible to connect to the Wi-Fi. So I think that we will try maybe collectively somehow to share maybe like hotspots or maybe something like this, because we will really need internet connection for what we are about to do, and this will be assessment of repeatability of decision making. So if you remember the questionnaire, what we have been talking about yesterday for the research gap analysis, I would like to collect data on how people actually decide on what we are interested in and whether their decisions are repeatable. So that's what we are going to do in the morning. Then there will be a couple of changes. I'm not going to be specific about what will be the changes, but there will be the changes to the program in the second morning session and then the afternoon session, because I would like to devote more time to side projects given the limitation of spacing here. So, but I will be more specific on this tomorrow, how we will divide these sessions, rooms, and how to do that. But just to let you know, there will be more time for side projects tomorrow. Okay? Do you have any questions or additional announcements? If not, you are free to go.
se lo conecte.
El audio de mi ordenador está muteado. O sea que si se está acordando.
Ahora ya no, ¿no?
No, yo lo he quitado.
¿Ahora quitado? Mírame ahora, ve.
Cost business that has to be done, otherwise we get shut down. Ivan, can you hear me?
I'm guessing not. Ivan, can you hear me? Okay, it's all yours. Go for it.
All right. I hope this works. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm only seeing myself now, so I don't know who is actually sitting in the room, but all right, here we are. Hi, everyone. Nice to see you, even if it's from a distance. I'm sorry that I can't be there. I wish I would, but well, there would be more chances. So we had a management committee meeting planned for today, and I realized that, well, first of all, it seems a little complicated because it's hard to interact with the audience from here. And also, I think I realized that we may not have the quorum of countries to vote on anything. So maybe just to make sure, all those that are in the management committee for their country, could you lift your hands, and then maybe Will can count how many countries, just one per country, please, just to see how many we are.
Twenty 2021. Count him, that's 22.
I didn't hear.
Lucy's counted, we got 2 for the UK. Am I? 22.
Okay, so 22 countries would be the quorum. So my proposal is as follows. Since we have the quorum, we can vote on that. If everyone agrees, then we are fine. My proposal is that we just cancel this management committee meeting and we do one online. I would also suggest sometime around April, May. If that's fine, I can, I can maybe send polls around and something to see who is available. But if everyone agrees, I would just reschedule the management committee meeting due to the difficulties of discussing things from a distance using this system. So does anyone disagree with this idea? Nice try, I saw you. Well, in that case, the only thing I want to say, first of all, it would be nice to know if in view of the next meeting, if anyone has concerns, issues, something that they would like to discuss, please let me know so I can put it in the agenda. And the other thing is I would like everyone to be informed about the program from that we're planning this year. I think you will know anyway, being there, you will hear from the working group leaders what's still planned. If you're not aware of the program, also let me know or check just on the e-cost. It should be there for everyone to see what we're planning, or on the website. If there's any more urgent issues to be discussed, just let me know. Otherwise, I will be glad to receive suggestions for the meeting. We can do it online, and then yeah, just get in touch with me. So now I don't know if anyone has a microphone to confirm that we are good.
Am I on? Yes, we're good. And good luck with the baby.
Thank you so much. And enjoy birding in Tarifa and enjoy the rest of the meeting. I hope you're having a good time.
Thank you. Over and out. Okay. So we don't forget we can have lunch tomorrow. Thank you very much, everybody. Much appreciated. Let's go outside.
Don't be.